And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, everybody. Hello, we're going to be switching over to the other screen. Let's go here. Alright, hello, it is I, Alien Spaceship. Everything's working. I hope everybody's been having a great weekend so far, although, weekend is over with now. We are... Oh, hello, Rebecca. It is great to see you. Welcome to the stream. I hope you both are doing well. So, where I am, it's an overcast and rainy. I was walking around in it yesterday. It was very wet. Very wet. And today I was going over some things, some stuff that we're going to be doing. Hello, Leon. Good to see you. Glad to have you with us. Hope both of you are doing okay. Yeah, so now, I don't know I'm sure the weather where y'all it's much cooler where y'all are. And I'd be interested to know how it is, how y'all's weather is, if y'all want to talk about it. Where I am, it's rainy and windy, and it kind of has periods of overcast weather. And the hurricanes are going to be going out into the ocean. They're not coming towards the inland as far as I know. And I think, I like these type of seasons when the storms don't come towards us, obviously. And recently with the trial reactions, I've been reacting to the depth trials. Rebecca says the weather here has cooled down some. Oh, that's good. Now, of course, I know it gets quite chilly up there, but where I am, it is, I would say, like, to compare it to where y'all are, it would be like late summer. And maybe it's going to cool off. It certainly will cool off this month or next month, most likely. But yeah, where I am, it's more stormy. I don't know if they're cold fronts or what exactly they are, but they are. It's a little bit cooler because of the rain, but it's not technically cooler. It's just kind of like late summer. Yeah. So we've been reacting to the depth trial a lot the past few months, and we still will do that. And we were bringing up the Darrell Brooks trial. That one was really crazy. As I said, I thought that was a comedy show when I first saw it. And what we did was Chat and I were talking about it yesterday along with the other topics, but yeah, so he certainly let his pride and arrogance get the better of him, and he made himself into a spectacle, for sure. He blamed everybody but himself for his own issues. Now, where I am, it has cooled off. I mean, not cooled off. The autumn flowers are blooming. It's a type of plant that I have that blossoms at autumn, and it's a sign that autumn is near, because that's pretty cool that they're doing that. Okay, let's go over here. I'm scared. Alright, window is right here. So yeah, shout out to the spaceship cats. Alright, there we go. Now, trials that are coming up. I'm going to see if there's any trials coming up this week with this AI thing. To see if it could record anything. Any trials. Yeah. There's all kinds of variations to scared now. The different people in the chat have come up with all these different variations. It's so cool. Okay, any trials? Week. Yeah, and okay, my city has trials. That's interesting. but I want specifically this other one. Any trials online this week? Any trials online in the country? Yeah, not really too certain if there's going to be trials this week, but we will see. Now, recently with the two trials we're looking at was a DTE trial that was not broadcasted by any of the major channels except Core TV had it on their television program because the Fox 2 Detroit was having a problem with their connection, so we didn't see the final part of the verdict, but they uploaded the video later and we saw the rest of it. Now, also in these other situations, we had not a lot of activity in the trial world. Not lots, but we'll see it this week. They'll have more. Some of them were kind of disturbing for a lot of people. And so sometimes people sit out those trials. Now, Rebecca says, where have you been watching trials? We've been watching trials at Fox 2 Detroit. There was one, the DTE murder trial. I played some of ABC's coverage for one day on Saturday for the River murder trial, but mostly law and crime, mostly at LC. And then over at Fox 2 Detroit. That's the two that we've been watching them on, but there's not been a lot of trial activity lately. And so, as I said, with the River murder trial, it's disturbing because you have people that were, a baby that was deleted. So, of course, it's going to be a bit harsh, and some people didn't want to see it. So, yeah, those are and right now there's nothing that I know of that's coming. Allegedly, something's coming up this week, but there's one trial that was happening recently that lasted one day. The state rested its case in one day. What happened was this person was drunk, and he shot his girlfriend by mistake when he was saying he was cleaning a rifle, and he shot her. But a lot of people, and he was, of course, that lasted one day, and then he took the stand, and then there was deliberations, and he was, found guilty doing it as an accident, but not doing it on purpose, which some people thought he did it on purpose, because it was like, how do you have this situation happen where you have a trial for this person where he says he's cleaning a rifle, but there's a live round in it, and he's pointing it and shooting at somebody. But, of course, he was just very drunk and not really thinking clearly, and that is why he was found guilty in that situation. Rebecca said, thanks, I'm wondering where everyone went. Oh, well. Yeah, but the group is still together. The trial group. We've been watching trials through, there's not a lot of trials going on, and as I said, they've been here, and I've been streaming. There's been times where, this is going back maybe last year, a couple months ago, I did the trials. I streamed when the trials were not on, and then a lot of them were here, but we watched different things, and we've been doing the live streams every day, and so we would have interesting conversations about other things, and we were talking about the Charlie assassination when that happened. We've been, even when there's times there's no trials, they still came here and we did other things. And as I said, it makes a good team. It really does. So yeah, that's what happened. There's no trials really happening, and some people have dispersed into Core TV. Some people But the main group that you know has stayed together and has been kind of roaming around different places nomadically because the trials were not really like how they used to be. Now on Friday there was the Diddy verdict, and he was sentenced, as you already know, to 4 years. He probably will serve less than that, and people were not really happy about that. But he isn't getting out today or tomorrow, so the judge understood the things that he did that was not right, and felt that that was the right verdict, the right sentence to hand on him. And we'll see if Monday has any trials happening. We've been having I said, hanging out in the spaceship, talking about different things. We've been at different trials, but not a lot have been going on. But of course, we all miss you. And this stream's a little bit earlier than some of the other ones I've been doing. So we'll see. I'm glad that we have you with us. All right, so one thing, as I always say, that I like about the trial watching is that a lot of people seem united, where people usually would be opponents politically or in other areas. It was an opportunity to see a lot of unity. So even when certain controversial topics are being discussed, it's a little bit more feisty, but we have been keeping it, keeping it together was the main thing to do, and that's what we've been doing. Now and we have not heard from Abby in a little while. If Abby's watching, shout out to you. And she's been going through a lot of horrid things, but as I said, we are thinking about her and hoping that she is okay. Some people have kind of taken a break. The rest have stayed together. And recently in the chat, something I've been liking to see is that we'll talk about food, and 666 is very good with food and talking about that. And I remember Rome Berhidra was telling me and the other ones about his uncle that does stuff with these bell systems that were interesting. And another side conversation was about, and Rebecca said, "Oh, we love you, Abby." Yeah, facts. The different food. So I've been learning a lot about different dishes and they'll collectively talk about food and all these different dishes and spices I've never heard of before. So I really do appreciate that part as well. And there's so much to learn from the different people that are around there. So that was always a good discussion to have. So one of the recent trials that had to do with the family plot murder trial, that one was a very good case because it wasn't as black and white as some of these cases are, where somebody, Rebecca said food brings people together. Yes it does. And there are situations where it didn't seem like a black and white case. It seemed like a case where it could go one way or another way. It could be like a detective mystery. That's what it seemed like. Then you were asking me about the food down here and some experiences that I've had. Although it's been a while since I've eaten gumbo and certain stuff like that. And hello, Sawgirl. Great to see you. Welcome. Sawgirl said that my dinner tonight, Red Baron pizza. Ah, okay. That sounds very tasty. And yeah, it's been a while since I've had the gumbo, but I've had canned gumbo, which was unheard of from this region, but that does exist. But I've not had it cooked in quite a while. Now, with that gumbo, it is really tasty. And the reason why I bring that up is because that's what 666 and I were talking about. I told him some food stories that we had. Now, my family did not really make that type of food. They fixed more food that was from Italy and other parts of Europe. It was neighbors that I had that made Oh, not really? Oh, scared. Well, I like that type of pizza. I always had a fascination with it, but maybe it's not for all people. Okay. So scared. And I ate a lot of Japanese food and Mexican food, things like that. And I did eat food that was native to the city. That was more of neighbors that I had that made that type of food that I ate it from, and it was very delicious. And I'm glad that I added that to the traditions of things that I will also fix. Because it's good we have both. We had the other types of food, and then the food from the city. Which, of course, you live in the city, it's important to have that. Just a lot of the people were keeping in within the food that they had from their people, from the country they came from, but rather than making the food from the native from the city. So, yes, I do certainly like the food in the city. It's very good. And yesterday we had a good conversation about the Hurricane Katrina. And Saw Girl, my grandpa saw the stream and he liked my presentation, and he was thankful for all of you being concerned about the city during that time. So that because it was definitely a hardship. What happened? Now with Red Baron Pizza, if I'm recalling it correctly, it's been a while since I've seen it. I understand it's frozen pizza. Yeah, Red Baron Pizza. I always wanted it because I thought it was fascinating. The guy on the cover with the old fashioned airplane pilot. I thought that was so interesting. For some reason, it was marketed really well. I've not had it in a very long time, but Oh, Abby, I am so glad to see you. I am so glad to see you here with us. All right, Abby says, not able to stick around because it's been really awful last couple of days, but just want to pop in and say I love y'all, and I hope you guys have a good night and stream. Sorry, things are hell right now. Well, Abby, we've all been very concerned because we've not heard from you in a while, but thank you for giving us an update. Yeah, so I'll say so shout out to Abby, we love you too very much. Yeah, so with the Red Baron Pizza, I think the marketing was very good because it's you wonder why is there a dude like that on the pizza? And Red Baron is a good name because it's what's it have to do with something more elegant? So I think that was a good marketing tactic because when I would see that at the store, I was always wow, I want that because the guy on the box, it looked pretty cool. So yeah, I've had it before. It's been a long time though. Now my favorite pizza, I'd say, would be Domino's pizza personally. And I've had good experiences with Domino's. It was kind of having a party or something. I would go order that. Even when I was little, we'd order it, and then when I was with my friends, we got it. They weren't delivering, so we had to go into the store and get it. I mean, go into the restaurant and get it. Now Pizza Hut is real a flatter pizza, it seems. Ah, Eric, good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Eric says, I got pizza from gas station yesterday. Best pizza ever. Make their own thick crust and fresh ingredients. Ah, okay, Eric. So, I'm sure it was very good, especially if it was homemade, because, yeah, with frozen pizza, it probably won't taste the same as, some homemade pizza or a pizza from some, restaurant. Or a place at the gas station. Yeah. And I'm glad that you had enjoyed that. Because it's so creative what people could do with the pizza with the different crusts. And sometimes it could make a filling inside the crust. So you probably definitely see the difference of it. And yeah, so with the Domino's, that one was one I get for parties and stuff. And then there's these sticks you get with a filling inside of it. That was always good. Now, I said Pizza Hut, it was when I was little, I was about first grade or so. They used to get pizza on Fridays, and that was good pizza too. I just thought the type of pizza they get was a little bit not as thick as the other ones. But it definitely was good. Now, personally, which is controversial, what to put on a pizza. Now, I think that I like pineapples on pizza. I think that tastes good, but people probably will completely disagree with me. But yeah, I think that the pineapples tasted pretty good. Oh, thank you, Eric, for the name. Harrison's Dairy Mart. Yeah, with the people have different. Like some people would say that absolutely nobody would ever put that on a pizza, like pineapples. But I think personally, it is fine to put that on pizza because it gives it like a balanced taste, in my opinion, and it's like a tropical taste to it. That's something that I liked about it. Now, Chicago makes pretty good pizza from what I hear as well. It seems like a capital for or a big place to have that made. Then, as I said, there's a frozen pizzas where people probably would not always like the taste compared to the other types of pizza. And looking over here, let's see. Let's see what this is. As you'd be surprised, like what a gas station or different places could make. Like they could make some pretty good food compared to some other places. You know, a gas station would be a or a place like that would be very good to get that when somebody's like on a road or going from between places. I think that would be a good thing to have. And Sawgirl says that she likes pineapple on pizza, and I'm glad you can see that because I don't really think that it's like some people are like disagreeing and saying pineapple wasn't good, but I said I like it. I like it. All right. Kind of going on the back about it. Let's see. Was apple. Now pineapples are pretty cool. Like you could take the top of a pineapple and you could put it on a in some water and it grows a new pineapple. Yeah, so and they're grown in Hawaii and they take a little while to grow, but yeah, you could also grow like a pineapple from a pineapple itself. Eric said pineapple pizza is Hawaiian pizza. Ah, yes, yes, Eric, absolutely. And hello, D sauce, good to see you. Jalapenos on pizza. Oh, I love jalapenos. And with jalapenos on pizza, that is I like because my city's very known for spices. I love jalapenos, especially like on nachos or the popcorn. Always has a very delicious taste to it. So yes, I do agree about putting jalapenos on it. Hot sauce is good to have to put on it and other things. And the and I'm wondering when pineapples are first put on pizza and the history behind it is pineapple was first put on pizza in 1962 by Sam Panopolios, a Greek immigrant and restaurant owner in Canada. He is widely credited with investigating the Hawaiian pizza at Satellite Restaurant in Chatham, Ontario. Onions, peppers, mushrooms, banana peppers. That is very delicious. That's very delicious. I think I've had anchovies on them before or something like that. And I think a lot of people don't like that one. But I think when I had it, if I did, it didn't taste bad. But that's when I heard it was really controversial. But black eyed peas is good on it too. The name, the name dish Hawaiian after the brand no meat on your pizza. Ah, okay, okay. So you would prefer the vegetables on there. Okay. After the brand of canned pineapple he used, not after the U.S. state of Hawaii. Inspiration was inspired by the Chinese cuisine, which often combines sweet and savory flavors. He experimented with putting canned pineapple and ham on a pizza to attract customers with a unique taste. popular, eventually caught on, became a menu staple around the world. All right, let's see. Toppings. All right, so the pizza toppings can be as simple as cheese and sauce, or as complex as creative full course meal. Toppings are often grouped in categories: proteins, vegetables, cheeses, and sauces. Now, some of these are meat, and those that don't eat meat, they could discard the information. Now, the meat that people put on the pizza is pepperoni, Italian sausage, bacon, ham or Canadian bacon, chicken, often use barbecue, buffalo styles, and ground beef. Now, the vegetables that they put on them is mushrooms, onions, bell peppers, black, green olives, and spinach, tomatoes. Yeah, and I'd say like the pizza itself is a giant pie, and it is like you put tomatoes on it, the tomato sauce on it, and then cheese, and different things like that. So, and herbs. I've never heard of putting. Now, I did put basil on a pizza before, and garlic. Yeah. Now, herbs and seasoning to put on pizzas: fresh basil, garlic, crushed red pepper flakes, and oregano. All right, cheese: Parmesan, feta, ricotta, and provolone. All right, so those are different types of cheeses. And there's regionally unique toppings. Now, in different regions, just like there's different people, there's all kinds of different toppings that people can put on these. And in the different regions and cultures, combinations over the years, and there's ham, pineapple in Canada. And Eric said Canadian bacon is my meat topping on pizza. Oh, I'm sure the Canadian bacon is very delish. Okay, that is good to know. And yeah, oh yeah, Canada makes very good food. St. Louis, Provel cheese, a processed combination of. Hello, Judy. Good to see you. Or Regano. Okay, thank you for pronunciation. All right. In St. Louis, Provel cheese and processed combination of. Oh yeah, I read that. Okay. India, chicken taka. Ah, yes, yes. Hello, Michael. Good to see you, buddy. Everyone, pizza. Now you're talking my language. Facts. Yeah. India, the chicken taka tandoori masala paneer cheese. Oregano. Yeah. Or reg ano. Mermaid, it's great to see you too. Welcome to the stream. Everybody, that's lurking, listening, hanging out with us. I appreciate everybody. Okay, Mermaid says, Abby, I'm going through hell to 2025 is stupid. Yeah, I'm seeing some different things that there's some riots and stuff going around. So, yeah, definitely. And other problems as well. All right, so in Germany, okay, oregano. Oregano. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so in Germany they have pickled cucumber, corn, and broccoli. I thought in Germany they didn't eat corn. Sweden, banana with curry powder. All right, Judy. Yeah. And in Japan, I didn't know Japan had their pizzas. Mochi, seaweed, and seafood like crab and squid. Oh, I gotta see this one. Okay, let's see if I can use my alien logic to pronounce this. Okay, so oregano, and then we have Michael's version is no. Okay, okay, I'm gonna see what the pronunciation of this is. Okay, oregano. Okay. Let's see this right here. Thank you all, chat, for being patient with me and helping. Okay. Okay. Oregano. Okay. Because I was saying A like there's an E on the other end. Okay, so oregano. Okay. Well, what I should have done was do this and put. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this one says the pronunciation is oregano. Okay. Yes, that's true. That's true. Okay, chat. Okay. No rhymes. All right, I'll see what the how they. And thank you all, chat, for helping me with this. I appreciate it. Oregano. Okay. All right. Let's go here. This way. As I appreciate you all with this. Oregano. Okay. It sounds like it's oregano. Oregano is a good spice. Okay. A bottle of Italian spice. Okay. I'm sure my family has used it because they cook that type of food. Okay. Okay, solid girl. Yes. Thank you all. Okay. Going back this way. Okay, thank you, Michael. Feels like my fair lady. Okay. The gourmet and modern toppings. Oh, we got some more pronunciations. Okay. Let's see. As pizza has evolved, new adventurous combinations have become popular, which I have never seen these before. So we are going to put this over here and see what these are. I've never heard of this before. It's a type of meat. All right, so is crud, uncooked, unsmoked. Prosciutto. Okay. All right, thank you. Prosciutto. Okay. 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 Let's see what this one is. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sawgirl. All right. And going here. Let's see. Let's see. Come on, computer. All right. And also chorizo is another one. Thank you, Misconstrue. Judy. We got to put this here to save this part of it. Okay. That's a Japanese pizza. We'll get into that in a moment. And right here is right this way. Yes, yes, I'm finally getting smart. Yes. I've never heard of these type of meats before. And then that one is the Italian salami. Yeah, yeah. I've never had those type of pizzas before. Which okay, and then we have this and they have pulled pork. I've never heard of pulled pork before. And then you have nduja. Nduja is another one. Interesting. And then there's pulled pork. Right. And then the type of sauces they use is oh, and then Judy says it's a type of sausage. Oh, okay. I didn't know about it. Yeah, I believe I've probably had some of those before, but I've never heard of those types of meat. Although I've had them, but not in the Italian form. Right. Sauces: barbecue sauce, pesto, ranch dressing, and hot honey. Yeah, I've never had honey with a pizza before. That sounds pretty cool. D sauce says okay. Oh yeah, that sounds like it's very good D sauce, definitely. All right, vegetables and fruit. There is okay, Michael. Thank you. Okay, it's a Mexican sausage. Okay, sausage. Oh, it's pronounced argulia added after baking. Figs, artichoke hearts, and jalapeno pear. Oh, okay, D sauce. Oh, pear rather. Tofu. It is really tasty. Okay. The other interesting additions is charm caramelized onions, truffle oil, and goat cheese, fig jam, and pistachios. Okay, interesting. Now this Japanese one I'm going to put this right here. A rule gala. Oh, okay. Okay. No, wrong one. It is over this way. Okay, so next we're going to talk about this Japanese pizza, which I've not really seen much of this before. You know, it seems like it's pretty cool. All right. So, yeah, this is the Japanese pizza. Okay, come on. Come on, mouse. Oh, it is the sauce. Yeah, it sounds very good. I don't think I've had it before. It's salad greens. Okay. Yeah, it's going to load. There we go. Okay, so this is a Japanese pizza. Yeah, I've never seen this before. It looks very good. It looks very good. I like the different sauces on there. It's cabbage, bacon, sauce, eggs, etc. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm not going to eat chat I can't pronounce. Hilarious. Michael says I always add to my queso dip. And I probably say queso wrong. Cuso. Okay. All right, so yeah, this is the Japanese pizza, and I think that looks very good. I'm not familiar with all the ingredients in it, but it certainly looks very appetizing. It almost looks like it looks like a pastry almost. Yeah, D sauce. I understand. And my main favorite is the my main favorite is pepperoni and jalapeno too. Yes. Okay, and I want to see what the ingredients are in this. Oh, okay, Judy. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, you could share the pizza picture, but there's not like a mechanism in chat where you can like share it through chat. The You could email a picture to me if you'd like, and I could show it on the screen. That's the way you could do it. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Now going here. Let's go on. All right, Michael. I'll show it. I'll show it to the chat what you sent me. Okay, just it's a little bit slow right here. We're going to go this way. All right. Something I have to do with this window really quick. Let's see. Okay, it's alienspaceship333 at gmail.com. I'll put it in the chat. Is this come on. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. It just ship 333 at gmail.com. Okay, I'm gonna put it in the chat if it didn't go through. All right, thank you, Michael, for the email. Okay, this way. Just it's something. It's going kind of slow right now, so I'm gonna do it through this. Okay. All right. Right here. Alien spaceship. Gmail. Okay. I'm going to do this for a second. Okay, let's go here. Where's the mouse? Okay. Yes, I agree. All right. I have to close a window for a moment. I'll be right back with you all. This thing's acting a little bit silly. Let's go here. All right. Pressing it down right there. Okay. Take its time. Yeah, so yeah, different cultures have all kinds of different pizzas that they make, and I think it's quite intriguing what the different cultures do. And I'm glad that y'all take interest in making y'all's own food. It's very nice. A straw hat? I'm not too sure what that's about. Okay. I might. I'll be right back with you all if it cuts out. I. I'll be in a moment with you all. Okay. So I'm going to put that down and see if it works. Okay, do it again. Yeah. So yeah, very cool. Very cool. I've never heard of the straw hat thing. Never heard of that. Okay. Close this down right here. All right, I don't really know what y'all could see or not see. I'm just resetting the browser for a second and getting back with you all. Okay. Okay. Get rid of this. All right, here I am. It was being a little bit slow for a second, but here I am back. Okay. All right, Michael. Let's see about the pizza you made. I'm gonna go anyway. So, yeah, that is the Japanese pizza, and going to this. Thank you all for the patience. I may have taken a moment. All right. Okay, and then Michael says the best pizza I ever had was Greensboro, North Carolina, a place in Cugino, Forna. The ovens and the ingredients all come from Italy, and they are on Facebook as well. Forno. Okay. Okay. So, and Michael, you want me to show the chat the pizzas he sent me? Or just I want to confirm that. It looks very good. Very delicious. All right. Let's see. See this one right here. I like that. I like that. Very good pepperoni. And different toppings. I like. Yeah, it looks very delicious. All right. Okay, good. Okay. All right, chat. Now we're going to show you what Michael made. Uh, right here. We're going to the pepperoni one first. To this. That's not what that does. Okay. Might have to download it first before I. Okay. It's going to be stupid. All right. It's okay. It's not stupid. It's working. All right. I'm going to just put it over here in this window. No, I'm just going to take it out this way and put it here so people could see it. Okay. And then put it down here. All right. There we go. All right, this is one of Michael's pizza. Right here. Take myself out the way. Wrong one. This one. All right, this is one of his pizzas, and I think that looks very good. Very good pepperoni, and I like the platform it's on, and it definitely looks very so much. I want to take it off the screen and eat it. Okay, that's pepperoni. Now I'm going to show you the cheese. Right here. All right, this is the cheese. This is the cheese. Yes, understood, Sagro. Yeah, so this is cheese pizza. I like that. That looks so smooth. Where's my pizza slicer? Ah, I'm a pizza aioli. Okay, so yeah, that it just looks so perfectly smooth. Reminds me of a volcano, uh, like lava. I like it. Okay. Oh, this one we got a bunch of different toppings with this one. Yeah, yeah. Making yours at home is easy to do. Yeah, that definitely sounds like a very good idea. And we could take inspiration from Michael's. Oh, that yum! I love the platform it's on. The I don't know if it's called a pan. I'm not too sure what it's called, but yeah, that looks certainly like it came right out of those ovens. Like when I have this, there's a Whole Foods, and they'll make pizza right into the oven, and you can see they slide it in and they slide it out. Yeah, that's what that looks like. But yeah, I got peppers and all that. Very good. It looks like there's also some. I'm not too sure. Is that chili under it? I'm not quite sure, but it has cheese. It looks definitely like chili, but in a pizza. Pizza peel. Yeah, you could tell that tastes good. Definitely, definitely. Then we have some more. Some more. Got some. This one looks really good. Mario would like this one. Mario from the video game, the Mario game. Okay. All right. So this is something that Mario would certainly like. It's a bunch of mushrooms. A pizza peel. Okay. I'm not familiar with that. Thank you, chat. Yeah, it looks like some possibly some pepperoni and mostly we got some nice mushrooms and cheese. That's very delicious. You could tell that stuff's good. It's top notch, definitely. Ah, this one's nice. Got another one. I have never heard of that person. The but there's probably people in chat that have. Okay. I'm gonna zoom into this one. Looks like we got some appears to be peppers covering the with cheese and tomato. You know, obviously you would have that type of sauce because it's a pizza. And oh yeah, I love it. It looks like a more of a very cool shape. I like the shape of it because the crust looks very nice and thick. He has a pizza place here in Vegas. Okay. Ah, okay. Yeah, I said that's very delicious. I love that. I love that. Judy says I don't like Italian sausage on pizza. I like pork sausage better. Huh. Okay. All right. So that is Michael's pizzas he's made. First class, definitely. Very delish. Okay. Earlier, I had to close some windows down because it was just not really doing its thing like it was supposed to do, but now it is. Okay. Now you're hungry. Yes, yes. Okay. I'm curious, like, and this is probably stuff that I'm not sure how to pronounce, but we're going to go here. We're going to see this one right here. The crust is thin. The outside crust, the corn coney is what is big. Yeah, thank you, Michael, for sharing that with us. Really appreciate it. I've never heard of that word before. I've never heard of anything about that. The corner coney. I've never heard of that. Let's see what this is about. Flake Parmesan's good. Cornicione. Cornicione. I've never heard of this before. Okay. So, pizza. Ah, okay. That looks very delicate. Like it's a certain art to invoke to do. Like that. I see the how the crust is cut right there. It certainly is an art. Definitely an art. The Oko Nami Yakai. Where is the pirate game? Oh, hello, Mary Toodles. Good to see you. At the moment, we'll be playing the pirate game at some point, but it is right now. We're talking about food. I'm glad that you're here in the chat because we're talking about pizzas and food and stuff. And Mary Toodles, what is your favorite type of pizza? If you want to talk about it. All right. Ingredients are split into main, pancake, batter, mix, and savory toppings. The name itself comes from okonomi, what you like, and yaki, grilled, indicating the choice of high flexibility. Make sure I'm pronouncing this word correctly again. So let's go here. Pronunciations. Okonomi aki. Okonomi aki. Okay. Shakey's pizza was great. Nice. Nice. Sawgrill says, I'm throwing the Red Baron pizza in the trash. I can't believe I ate that for dinner when I could have ate Michael's. Yeah. Michael's, it's like imagine you go to the grocery store and you see like big letters, Michael's Pizza. And that's the food they get instead. Mary says, okay, I'll have to think about it. All different kinds. I don't think I have a specific favorite. I like traditional and exotic. Oh, facts. Facts. Red Baron's is bomb. Shakey's is still in the LA area. That's great pizza too. Oh, okay. Okay. I've never heard of Shakey's. All right, batter mix-ins. The core of okonomiyaki pancake consists of a flavorful batter mixed with generous amounts of shredded cabbage. Batter base, flour and dashi, savor, savory Japanese stock, some recipes, and grated nag-imo type of yam, extra fulfillness and binding. Never really have pizza though. Scared. Michael says, I have done many different pizzas for friends. Cheeseburger is a hit. I did a salmon cappers one and my niece when she was doing chemo. Oh, okay. That's very sweet of you to do for your people, Michael. Thanks. Michael, pizza is the best homemade pizza. Cheeseburger, but a bit dry. Okay. I've had shrimp pizza too. Mary, we're talking about the pineapple pizza. And the Japanese have a certain type of pizza. And this is the Japanese pizza right here. the ones that they eat. And Michael he makes his own pizza, is very good, and D Sauce also makes very good food. And Eric said that he made some pizza as well. So it's interesting to see the different dishes people have made. And I know that cooking is something that Mary Toodles and our family has done a lot of. Because my family is very, very into making spaghetti, meatballs, and all kinds of different dishes. Very good cooks. There he says, I've made many pizzas, but not in recent years. I started making pizza at 11 or 12. That is very good. That's very cool, Mary. That's very cool. Shrimp pizza. Not your thing, Judy. Okay. Scared. I know Shane over at Shakey's. My friend bought a '59 Cadillac from him, and we got a free lunch. Oh, that sounds like a cool story. Cool story. Batter and mix-ins. The core of Okonawa Maiki Mayaki, rather, pancake consists of flavorful batter mixed with generous amounts of shredded cabbage. Okay. Okonomiyaki. Okay, put this out here. Mary says, I like figs, blue cheese, Thai pizza, and traditional with anchovies. Yeah, I knew I've had anchovies before. I said, I have never heard of Shakey's, but that's pretty cool that is there. Oh, you've heard the Japanese pizza, but you haven't had it. Oh, okay, Harry. Oh, okay, Eric. Understood. Batter base: flour, eggs, and dashi. I read that before. Okay. Main vegetables: finely shredded green cabbage. Okay. Going this way. All right. Now Judy says bolognese spaghetti. Now, that sounds very good. All right. And the ingredients is also finely shredded green cabbage, 10 kasu, fried tempura, batter scraps, and add crispy textures. Sawgirl says, I grew up in New Mexico and they had Shakey's Pizza. My memory is awesome. I remember the green juice. Oh, that's a very good memory. Facts. But yon A's, that's how they pronounce bologna. Okay. Bouillon A's. Okay, thank you, Mary. Your sons made Greek pizza. Oh, I've not. They didn't make this suggestion. Okay, thanks. Benny Shoga, bright red pickled ginger and green onions. Okonomi sauce, a thick, sweet, and tangy sauce, often described as a similar to Hoisin or Worcester sauce. Okay, Kewpie mayonnaise, a Japanese mayonnaise that is creamier and richer than American style mayo. Kat's bushi, dried, fermented, and soaked bonito flakes that dance when heated by the pancake steam. Irino Aroni green seaweed flakes. Beni shoga. Additional pickled ginger garnish. Yeah, we're showing Greek pizza right now. Facts. Scared. Oh, that looks like being spoiled right there. And now Mary Toodles is hungry. Mary, it's so good. Love the carrots and mice, timber, and meat. Mince fine. Facts. White and red sauce. Okay. You have bought the key pie mayonnaise. Yeah, I am part Italian. Yes. Keep you. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, and choose white or red sauce. Hmm. I'll go with the red sauce. But I love Alfredo sauce. I love Alfredo sauce. Oh, and Mary says that I have it. Okay. The white sauce is Alfredo sauce. Okay. Yeah, so these are some Greek pizzas. It looks so good. It looks like Greek salad, but on a larger scale. That is so delicious. Okay. And you got this. Then this type of flavor. And yeah, so this is very good. You see the different onions and cheese in there. It is so delicious. Definitely. Oh, okay, Mary. Okay. Understood. And the black olives are so cool, so delicious. No peeing on the spaceship. Oh, you had the Q pie mayo. Okay, let's see what this is. All right, that's some crust, and you have all those different peppers and onions. Oh, okay, Judy. Okay. Oh, okay, Michael. I'll show it to everybody. Okay. All right, this is another type of Greek pizza right here. You got to see all the veggies in there, all the veggies, and yeah, so you have tomatoes, you got lettuce, you got lots of cheese. I like the white cheese they have. Very good. Okay. Oh, then you got some olive oil. It's always very good. Basil and stuff like that. Okay, so now we're going to show what Michael was talking about. D sauce. Allegedly, there's supposed to be some trials coming on, but I don't know if that is if they are or not. I don't know. Okay, going here. All right, so let's go this way. This is from Michael. Oh, that is very delicious. Definitely. That is yeah. So that is like what he was talking about with the pizza dough right there. All right, D sauce. See you this week. Oh, okay. Okay, Judy. Okay, here's the other one. Okay, this is the other one. That very delicious. Very delicious. Okay. That's the dough. Oh, okay. On Greek garlic, on Greek pizza. Okay. Okay. Thank you for clarifying, Judy. Yeah, white sauce. That is a minimum of 48 hours in the refrigerator, cold fermentation. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like a very good idea. By the way, that sounds like a very good idea. And I'm gonna go check right now to see if that is true. Scared. Well, New Orleans does not have a single official style of pizza. Many local pastries have created their own versions of classic Cajun or Creole flavors. Pizza inspired by jambalaya, gumbo, and muffalette, muffalata, are all available in the city. Muffalata pizza. The pizza topped with traditional ingredients of muffalata, sandwich, olive, salad, and salami, ham, and provolone. You can find it in places like Louisiana Pizza Kitchen and Original Italian Pie. Jambalaya pizza. I've never had any of these before. Featuring chicken, shrimp, and andouille sausage over a jambalaya inspired sauce. This pizza delivers the classic flavors and beloved Louisiana dish. Gumbo pizza. This unique pizza can be found on a menu of Pizzeria and often includes smoke, andouille sausage, shrimp, and okra. Cajun shrimp pizza. G's Pizza offers a version that includes garlic, butter, sauce, and mozzarella cheese and tomatoes. Oh, you love a good muffalata sandwich? Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Michael. Local toppings. The other creative toppings frequently used by pizzerias in New Orleans include crawfish and other fresh Gulf seafood. Judy said, I used to live in Mississippi and we had Italians and other nationalities. You would be surprised. Excellent food. Oh, yeah, Italians make really good food. My family has made, it's part Italian, have made very good spaghetti and meatballs and other things like that. Yes. Those sandwiches are excellent and loaded. Oh, yeah, and I bet. Right, pizza style New Orleans. Beyond the local toppings, pizzerias New Orleans also specialize in different regional styles of pizza. Neapolitan thin crust wood fired pizzas can be found at restaurants like Pizza Domenica, New York style. Several shops offer thin crust, affordable slices, with pizzas delicious being a notable example. Detroit style. The city is also has pizzerias such as Nola Pizza Company that serve this rectangular deep dish pie with thick crispy crust. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I've had muffalata sandwiches before. I think I've had that. Yeah, I've had that before. In Mississippi, we had excellent muffaladas. Schools had muffalatis sales in public once a year. Okay. All right, yeah. So these are mufalas eggplant sandwiches. Yeah, I'd say very delicious too. Yeah, I like sub sandwiches. Yeah. Oh, I gotta fix some things here. Okay, there I am. Let's put alien spaceship back this way. All right. Alien, if you haven't tried a Detroit pizza, it's a thick focaccia crust. It's good. Not seen Chicago deep dish. Okay, thank you. All right, let's see what this looks like. All right, Detroit style pizzas. Oh, that looks very delicious. Oh, I like that deep roasted, deeply cooked pepperoni right there. Looks very nice. You got a sandwich for $10. Yep. Scared. Yeah, I like that. I like the crust and I like the shape of it. It looks very good. Okay. The focaccia. I've never heard of this. Okay, let's see what this one is. The focaccia is I probably pronounced that wrong. A flat oven baked Italian bread known for its soft, spongy interior and crispy, oily crust. The surface is characteristically dimpled and is often seasoned with olive oil, coarse salt, and herbs like rosemary and faux. I'm going to see the right pronunciation of this to make sure. Not translation, pronunciation. I got that wrong. Okay, faux cassia. Okay, let's see this. Okay, focaccia. That seems what it seems to be. Focaccia. Okay, I got it pronounced right. Okay. Oh, okay, Judy. Thank you. Okay, so focaccia is a versatile and can be served as a side dish, used for sandwiches, or as base for pizza-like creations. A classic a classic focaccia is made with a few basic ingredients: flour, water, yeast, and salt, and olive oil. Right, flavor preparation. Flavor: the bread has a rich, savory flavor enhanced by generous amounts of olive oil. Dough: and focaccia dough is known for its high hydration level, which makes the baked bread moist, airy, with a distinctive open crumb texture. Dimples: before baking, bakers press their fingertips into the dough to create the signature indentations. These dimples hold pools of olive oil and seasonings which infuse the bread with flavor. Okay, it's flat bread like crust. Okay. Okay, so they have baking. Traditionally baked in shallow sheet pan and is thicker than most crusts but flatter than the standard loaf of bread. Regional varieties. The style varies across Italy with different regions. In Genovese, the classic Ligurian version is about half-inch thick with large dimples that hold flavor mix of olive oil, salt, and sometimes water. The the Fuccia di Rico, also from the Liguria, this extreme variation featuring a very thin sheet of dough stuffed with fresh cheese like Cresena. Okay, from southern Italy, this variation has potatoes and dough, and it's topped with tomatoes, olives, and okay. One thing, let's see here. Oregano. In some parts in northwestern Italy, sweet versions with raisins, honey, and sugar are common. All right. So that is some information about the bread, okay, and things about the different pizzas. Okay. I like that. Nice pizza talk. Michael says American focaccia bread is usually topped with chopped rosemary. Now you're hungry. Okay. Okay, what's the origins of rosemary? Origins of the herb rosemary trace back to Mediterranean region, which is history deeply rooted in ancient Greek, Roman, and Egyptian cultures. Its Bontesial name, Rosmarinus, is derived from the Latin word dew of the sea. Black olive peppers and flatbread olive oil. Okay. Rosemary grows native to arid, rocky areas of Mediterranean, thriving near the sea. Now, this I we've grown rosemary here. I've grown we have rosemary growing here. The plant can be found growing wild along the coasts such as France, Greece, and Italy and Spain. From Mediterranean, the herb was spread through Europe, eventually to the Americas by European settlers. Ancient Roman Greece, both students and scholars wore garlands of rosemary in their heads during examinations, believing it would strengthen their memory. Ancient Egypt, springs of rosemary were placed in tombs as symbol of remembrance for the deleted dead. Thank you, Sawgirl. Symbol of remembrance. The association with memory continued through the ages. In Shakespeare's Hamlet, there's rosemary that's for remembrance, fidelity, and love during the Middle Ages. Brides wore rosemary garlands as a symbol of love, fidelity, and guests would also wear a sprig. Yes, that is true. That is true. Purification. Historical, medical, and other uses. Purification. The herb was burned to purify the air, especially in sick rooms during the plague outbreaks. Oh, okay, Judy. Okay. Oh, hello, Caravel. Good evening to you, buddy. Welcome to the chat. All right. Protections. In the Middle Ages, rosemary was burned to ward off evil spirits. Cosmetics. A rosemary-based perfume known as Hungry Water was created for a queen of Hungary in the 14th century, who reportedly used to regain her beauty and vitality. Food preservation. Before refrigeration, rosemary antioxidant properties were used to preserve fresh meat. Sage is that in South. Okay. Michael says Tuscan rosemary grows like a weed in Las Vegas. People use them as hedges for 20 years, but keeping them trimmed up is a nightmare. Recipes for flatbread. With black olives, peppers vary, but they often feature ingredients like mozzarella, feta, and olive oil for Mediterranean inspired dish. Some versions use olive tapenade for an intensified flavor, while others incorporate roasted bell peppers for a sweeter, more mellow taste. Roasted bell pepper and olive flatbread with mozzarella. This is popular, straightforward recipe that delivers a balanced combination of sweet, salty, and savory flavors. Sage, a house burned sage, or evil spirits. Yes, yes, I've heard of that before. Ingredients: the flatbread are naan, olive oil, black olive slice, bell peppers, shredded mozzarella cheese, garlic chopped, Italian seasoning, red chili flakes, salt, and pepper taste. Prepare a flatbread. Preheat your oven to 450 degrees Fahrenheit. Brush the flatbread lightly with olive oil and sprinkle with chopped garlic and Italian seasoning. Add toppings, layer the mozzarella cheese over the flatbread, followed the sliced peppers and olives, sprinkled with red chili flakes for extra heat if desired. Bake. Place the flatbread on a baking sheet and bake for 12 to 15 minutes or until the cheese is melted and the crust is golden brown and crispy. All right. Feta is good, but salty. Use springly. Okay. Flatbread is good. Don't need a sauce on it. Okay. The olive tapende and feta flatbread with chili. This variation use flour. Have y'all heard of this dish before? Have y'all heard this before? The tapende and feta flatbread. And we've talked about feta flatbread, but the tapende I've not heard of. Ingredients: the flatbread, black olives, tapende, and feta cheese crumbled, red chili finely chopped or crushed, red pepper flakes, extra virgin oil. Dip the flatbread in little Evo plus balsamic vinegar. Yum. Yeah, that's very good. That sounds very delicious. All right, instructions. Warm flatbread, heat large non Stick to pan over high heat and warm the flatbread for over 30 seconds on each side. Add toppings. Remove the flatbread from the pan and spread an even layer of black olive tapende across the surface. Crumble and feta cheese on top. Finish and serve. Sprinkle with chopped red chili and drizzle the extra virgin oil before serving. Facts. All right, the different herbs. Oh, all right, Judy. All right, flatbread or naan. The calatama, tatama olives have red bell pepper. We kind of said that before. Okay, let's see what this one is. Oh, a little garlic in it too. Okay. All right, this is Tuscan rosemary. That said, we've grown this before over on the spaceship. Tuscan rosemary is a popular tall and upright variety of the common rosemary plant. It is durable, low maintenance, evergreen shrub known for its robust pine like flavor and vivid blue flowers. Extra virgin bees passed them by. Yeah. All right, these are some pictures of it. It's, as I said, I've grown it before. That's when it's blooming, the flowers from it, and that's when it's younger, when it's not blooming. All right. They like light soil. Their tender is primarily and suitable for USDA hazard zones and in colder climates. It can change. It can be grown in container and brought indoors and during the winter. Oh, you're welcome, Sawgirl. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream. You're very welcome. Okay. Okay, so that is the talk about the food. Okay. And going this way, we'll be entering the other part. Let's talk about some spooky stuff. Some of these hauntings. Okay. All right, so since we're talking about the spooky season, I want to talk about some. Kind of has to do with this a little bit, but it has to do with some haunted towns in the Old West. All right, Michael says many old wineries in California have been converted into olive groves. I didn't know that. Thanks for information. Yeah, it is so cool how these different things can be transformed into a completely different purpose. Well, you have wineries and they could turn into something else very cool. Right. Numerous ghost towns and historical cities across the American West are rumored to be haunted, with legends rooted in violent and often tragic events of the gold and silver rush eras. Tales of restless miners, gunslingers, and historical figures are common among these locations. That I didn't know that, Judy. That they use the brownish, the brownish ones. Now, Judy, do you have a favorite type of olive that you like specifically? I can't really. I like the olive oil, but I don't. I like the green ones. Those are ones I like. Now, this one in Bodie, California, located east of Yosemite National Park, is one of the most famous ghost towns in the American West, preserved in a state of arrested decay by California State Park System. History: the town became a bustling gold mine hub for nearly 10,000 residents in the late 1870s and early 1880s. Paranormal lore: a common legend states that visitors who take anything from the town, even a rock, will be cursed with bad luck until they return the items. Some visitors claim to have seen a shadowy figures and heard disembodied voices, while others believe that the ghosts of former residents still guard their homes. Marjorie said, "I like all on the pizza, the black ones." Okay, okay. You know, olive oil. I will, Judy. I will. Very cool. I always think of lamp oil when I think of olive oil for some reason. And yeah, a lot of the trees are ancient. Oh, okay, Judy. We'll certainly cover that in Halloween. Definitely. Green olives that are stuffed with blue cheese and jarred in olive oil. Yum. That is delicious. I certainly gotta try that. Definitely. And the next one is Tombstone, Arizona. Got one of my buddies in Arizona. All right, the site of the famous 1881 gunfight of the OK Corral Tombstone is known for its legendary lawlessness and spirits that supposedly remain. History: the silver mining boomtown was infamous for its gunfights, with its history filled with saloons, gambling, and violent confrontations between lawmen and outlaws. Paranormal lore: ghost stories surrounded the Birdcage Theater, which was once a saloon and brothel. Visitors and employees have reported seeing apparitions of gamblers, women who worked there long ago, and spirits of lawmen and outlaws from OK Coral Shootout also said haunt the town and historical locations. Okay. And then there's Deadwood, South Dakota, the made famous by the gold rush and its portrayal in books and television. The Winchester wife was weird. Yeah, I don't. I would bet she was. I don't know much about it, but yeah, that certainly would add to the mystery of the haunting. Definitely, because it would add for the unsettling, proof of the unsettling effects of it. History: in Deadwood attracted gamblers, miners, and gunslingers. In the late 1800s, its cemeteries contain the graves of notable historical figures like Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane. Paranormal lore: ghosts are said to reside in many Deadwood's historic hotels and establish the spirit of former Sheriff Seth Bullock is rumored to still inspect the hotel he built, ensuring everyone is on their best behavior. Right, and then Rhyolite, Nevada, this short lived gold rush town is popular. The Arguany Psych Hospital, one of the most haunted places in the U.S. The house stairs went to nowhere, a dead end to a dead end, etc. Oh, okay. Okay. This short-lived gold rush town in Nevada is a destination for those seeking an eerie photographs and paranormal experiences. History, Rhyolite boomed, went bust within decades in the early 1900s, leaving behind its empty buildings and strange bottle house. Paranormal lore. The town's brief, intense history is believed to have left a paranormal imprint. Ghost hunters often seek out unique bottle house and other buildings, ruins where apparent apparitions have allegedly been seen. Okay, and then we have the now the Winchester house we're going to do for Halloween, but I'm going to just give like a brief summary about it because I'm not even completely familiar with it. And then, as I said, on Halloween we will do the rest of it. Okay. Now, the Winchester Mystery House is a bizarre, labyrinthine Victorian mansion in San Jose, California, that has once the paranormal residence of Sarah Winchester, the widow of William Wart Winchester, the heir of the Winchester repeating arms fortune. She was tormented by immense grief and fascination with the spiritual world after the deletion deaths of her infant daughter and husband. From 1886 until her death in 1922, Sarah Winchester engaged in continuous construction on the property, creating a rambling, unconventional monument has captivated the public for a century. To get to Rhyolite, drive to the middle of nowhere and then turn left. Okay. Okay, so that is a summary of that house. Is very spooky. And from 1886 until her death in 1922, Sarah Winchester engaged in continuous construction on the property, creating a rambling, unconventional monument that has captivated the public for a century. Okay. And we have the other one, this hospital right here. It's about an hour and a half from my house. Oh, it's an hour and a half from your house. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I'm sure it's an eerie town, a ghost town, and it's really miraculous that it's still standing. But yeah, it definitely seems like it would be in the middle of nowhere, obviously, because that's where it would be. And yeah, I'm sure it's very a lot of eeriness to it. The term the Allegheny Psych Hospital most refers to the Trans Allegheny Lunatic Asylum in Westwood, Virginia. In case you need to go there. Scared. A historic Kirkbride Plain institution, while Allegheny Health Network does operate a department of psychiatry in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The phrase usually invokes the historical asylum, which is a popular site for historical and paranormal tourism. Historic asylum located in Weston operated for 130 years and has since become a well-known landmark due to its size and history. Construction. Built between 1858 and 1881, the facility is a large hand-cut stone masonry building in North America. Architectural design. The asylum was designed according to Kirkbride plan, which used staggered wings to provide scared to provide patients with an abundance of sunlight and fresh air, a revolutionary approach of the time. Scared. Patient population. The hospital, which was originally intended to house 250 patients, peaked at 2,400 patients in 1950s, leading to overcrowding and poor conditions. Oh, I'm sure that was a hellhole, definitely. Oh, Judy says now she's hungry and scared. Okay. Decline and closure. Declining state funding and changes in treatment, mental illness contributed facility events closure in 1994. Paranormal tourism and attraction. After its closure, the building was purchased and became a tourist attraction with both historical tours and paranormal events. Michael says this is a place to go for Halloween. Bring a change of underwear. Oh well, yes. All right. Ghost stories. The asylum history of overcrowding and alleged neglect has given rise to numerous ghost stories and reports of paranormal activity. Types of tours. The facility offers a range of experiments including heritage tours and explore history of mental health treatment and paranormal tours for ghost hunters. Allegheny General Hospital Psychiatry Department. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Allegheny Health Network operates psychiatry departments at Allegheny Hospital. It is a modern facility that provides a full range of mental and behavioral health services. The department offers inpatient or outpatient the partial hospitalization programs. Clinical focus. It provides treatment for a wide variety of conditions, including depressions, bipolar disorder, PTSD, schizophrenia, and provides specialized care for adolescents. Right, and then what are the common treatments? What are the common treatments that they would have in these places? Okay. Let's go here and put it this way. In years of trans Allegheny Lunatic Asylum built in the principles of the Kirkwood Plan. Oh, hello, Anna. Good evening to you. Welcome to the chat. We are talking about some. We're talking about some food for a while, and then we're talking now about the different haunted asylums. In its early years, the Trans Allegheny Lunatic Asylum built on principles of the Kirkbride plan focused on humane approach known as moral treatment. This approach was in stark contrast to the brutal, inhumane practices common in the mental institutions before the asylum era. The moral treatment approach. The foundation treatment theory for the asylum went open in 1864. Judy said, "We are eating pizza in a haunted asylum." Scared. in 1864 centered on providing patients with therapeutic calming and environment to aid their recovery. The main components of the moral treatment approach include a peaceful and restorative environment. The Kirkbride plan designed the building with its many windows was intended to provide plenty of fresh air, natural light, and scenic views of the natural grounds. Michael says calming environment. Give everyone a lobotomy and it gets really calm. Oh, you've seen a lot of paranormal shows in that. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it is a cool topic. And I've seen stuff on YouTube about it myself and different things throughout the years on TV. So, yeah, it certainly is cool for sure. So, meaningful activity. The asylum was planned to be a self-sufficient, included a working farm and grounds. Patients were encouraged to participate in gardening, farming, and other purposeful occupations. Recreational educational opportunities. The earlier years activities like art, music, and crafts were part of the therapeutic regimen. Humane aiding. The treatment philosophy moved from the use of shackles and brute force to the use of physical restraint was sufficiently reduced and patients were treated with kindness and respect. Scared. Architectural influences. The very layout of the asylum with tired wings was thought to have curved effect. The most distressed patients were housed in the wings farthest from central administration building, and patients with moved closer to the center and the conditions improved. Factors that undermine the early methods. While earlier years were built on idealistic vision and high hopes, and Kirkbride plan for moral treatment faded due to the systematic problems. Overcrowding. The asylum built on 250 patients eventually housed thousands. This rendered therapeutic environment. The original design was unworkable. Anna says, "Do you know they still do electric shock on lobotomies? Have to family members sign up for lobotomy?" I didn't know they were still doing that in the modern age. Scared. I didn't know about that. Wow. And I know about those lobotomy and electric shock, and people believe nowadays there are inhumane ways of dealing with the people that are in need of mental care. Yeah, thank you, Anna, for sharing. Underfunding and neglect. With population far exceeding its capacity, the asylum suffered from understaffing and inadequate resources, leading to the return of custodial care over therapeutic intervention. Shifts in treatment. In 19th century ended, the 20th century began. Psychiatric practice shifted away from the moral treatment and modeled toward physical interventions, some which were primitive and invasive. All right. Judy said, "My family would have stood in line to get signed up." And to explain what these lobotomies and electric shock are, I'll explain. Historically, both electric shock lobotomies were developed for severe mental illnesses, but are fundamentally different procedures with different outcomes. The lobotomies are outdated and discredited for the surgery, whereas modern electric therapy has evolved into safe and effective treatment option for specific conditions. Might be a trigger warning. All right. The lobotomy was surgical procedure intended to treat mental illness by permanently serving nerve pathways to the brain. Skirt. Ski aired. Skirt. The different types of scared. All right. A form of psychosurgery that purposefully destroyed the brain tissue to alter behavior. It involved cutting the connections between the prefrontal cortex and part of the brain associated with higher cognitive functions like emotions, memory, and problem solving in the rest of the brain. Moki, good evening to you. Welcome to the chat. We were talking about pizza and food earlier, and now we're talking about some haunted places where they have some surgeries, some of the insane asylums. And it says, a nurse I worked with in 2008, 2009 had a side job in psych facility. Oh boy, was I shocked. Oh wow, that had to be shocking. I mean, probably was doing some of these things. Scared. And it was really, yeah, definitely. So the lobotomy was and it said viewer discretion advised, a little bit graphic. And also, I want to say that Abby was here earlier, and she's been going through a lot still, but she's still hanging in there. By the way, I saw her earlier here, but she's been going through hell lately, as she put it. What it was, a form of psychosurgery that purposely destroyed brain tissue to alter behavior. It involved cutting the connections between the prefrontal cortex as part of the brain associated with higher cognitive functions like emotions, memory, and problem solving in the rest of the brain. The theory was that severing these connections would break patterns of thought and behaviors that soothe the distressing symptoms. Michael says, Moki, you will have to go back to feed when we were talking about pizza. Alien posted some pics that I made. Oh yeah, 666 likes making them too. Yeah, shout out to Abby. It takes the light out of their eyes. Anna, that is very spooky to imagine. The light out of the eyes. Yes, very well put. A theory was that severing these connections would break patterns of thought and behavior to soothe the distressing symptoms. Initial method, 1935. Developed by Portuguese neurologist Egas Moniz, this technique involved drilling holes in skull, injecting holes to destroy the nerve fibers. Oh, that sounds lovely. Scared. Ice pick lobotomy. I remember this one this was one I learned about specifically from the internet and from the TV. The American neurologist Walter Freeman later popularized the transabortal method, where instrument resembling the ice pick was harmed through the patient's eye socket, reached the brain. This quick procedure could be performed without an operating room. The results of lobotomies were notoriously inconsistent and often devastating. Patients could become docile and less agitated, but many were left with severe personality changes, intellectual defects, and became permanently anticipated. Like I said, for neighborhood pizza, I like Rebellion and Azure and Tenea. Oh, that's very cool. I like Sabatonos and Broadway. Facts. Mary Toodles was here earlier, and we talked about the pizza briefly, but she couldn't really stay for long. But yeah, yeah, she said she's been cooking since she was 11. Why it ended. The results of lobotomies were notoriously inconsistent and often devastating. Patients could be okay. I read that. Public and medical criticisms grew, especially after high-profile cases like that of Rosemary Kennedy. The rise of an antipsychotic and antidepressant medications that in the 1950s provided less invasive alternatives. What it's like, a safe and highly okay. So this other one is electric therapy, ECT. Modern ECT is controlled medical procedure that initially includes a brief seizure in the brain and treat severe mental illness. What it is, a safe and highly effective treatment for severe depression, catatonia, bipolar disorder, and especially when other treatments have failed. The procedure is performed under general anesthesia with muscle relaxants so that the patient's asleep and does not experience pain or psychological convulsions. Yes, yes, Moki, that is very delicious. Absolutely. One of the pizzas we are talking about earlier was Greek pizza, which looks like a giant Greek salad, and that's really cool. Like you put it all in a salad, and even in my city, I was learning that they made a like a gumbo pizza I wasn't aware of, and jambalaya pizza and muffaletta pizza. It was so definitely a lot of different types, and certainly the New York ones are very cool. Now I've learned that allegedly Chicago makes them very good. Also, the procedure is performed under general anesthesia with muscle relaxants, so the patient is asleep and does not experience pain or physical convulsions. Electrodes are placed in the patient's scalp to deliver controlled electric current, inducing a brief seizure, typically less than 60 seconds. The seizure effects on brain chemistry, including neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin, is thought to be what improves the patient's symptoms. All right, so that is an explanation about that, about how those two operations work. Yeah, yeah. I think we are talking, Moki, about another time. There is either a pizza place that a Greek person founded in Chicago. I have the name. I have the name of it saved, but I remember we were talking about that a couple of streams ago. Now, do you have a favorite type of olive? Because we're talking about olive trees, for instance, like this other scenario. There's these olive groves. There's a winery that was turned to an olive grove. We're talking about different types of olives, and I'll set the one I'm most familiar with is green olives. So, like, and other people liked different types of olives. And Michael was suggesting that you take like a green olive and put blue cheese in it inside of olive oil. So yeah, I remember when I was learning about olive oil and I put it in a salad from spinach that I was growing, and that was just it makes everything so delicious. So I I certainly like that. But of course, there seems to be different types of olives, so everyone had their own variation they liked. It's interesting how like the winery was refurbished into an olive grove. You like black olives? Yes, that seems like a favorite from chat. Also, like that too. I do agree about black olives are very good. I do agree with that. Definitely. It's such a very unique taste to it. All right, Michael says for pizza in Chicago, it is either Gino East or Pizzeria Uno, none other. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. I appreciate that. Those suggestions. Now, I do like the white cheese on the pizzas the Greeks have. Oh, that's good. That's good, Moki. We were talking about that one earlier. And the Kalamata olives are big round ones. Oh, okay. Thank you, Judy. All right, now since Moki's here, yeah, I'll before I get to the next asylum place, I'll show the I'll show the pizza that he was talking about. Okay, I could show this all. I would love to relive this memory again. So we're going to show again the pizzas that Michael has made. Okay. Okay, Judy, have a good night. Thank you for being here and hanging out with us in chat. It was very fun having you on board. Yes, I remember we talked about that. Yes. Scared. Okay. And let's go right here. Okay, and going this way and dropping it right there. Come on, computer, you can do it. You got this. Okay, that was dropped off there. Then going this way, we so put the first one on the screen is the cheese pizza. All right, so that is one of his pizzas right there, the cheese one. Move myself out the way. Y'all can see this completely. Okay, so that is Michael's cheese pizza. As I said, it looks like nice lava. It looks very delicious. And for those that might be listening, is we showed this before. It's a nice globular cheese pizza that Michael made on a pizza peel. It's very cool, very well done. And this next one, yeah, this one right here is A very elegantly done pepperoni pizza, and I say that because it is lots of pepperoni is on there, and sometimes there's pepperoni pizza. I sometimes feel there's not enough pepperoni, but Michael is a situation where great minds think alike. It's so juicy. It's so certainly hypnotizing, and he has the cheese and the toppings, and I said very professionally done. I will say, all very good. And this one right here is another very good one. We got some black olives, and it looks like, my opinion, some jalapeno peppers. Not too sure, and so you just have those type of toppings on there. And I think there's chili on it, but I'm not completely certain. Something like that's on there. It said very nice looking. I said looks just like, reminds me of chili, but it's in a pizza form. So a very ingenious design, and as I said, the very nice pizza peel right there. And I remember those. They'll put them in an oven and they'll take it out. It's so cool, so cool. Okay. And there is the pizza peel. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Good to see you, Mary Toodles. It's not chili. Okay, that's, I wasn't too sure what it was. To me, it looked like that. It still looks good either way. Yeah, I love jalapenos personally because I like those on nachos, and I like jalapenos in the, like in the movies and stuff. Yeah, very good. Yeah, so this is something, a dish that Mario would like. I love the crust. He did perfect. Also, in addition to the pizza itself being perfect, the crust looks so good, and how he did that all in the crust. That was very professionally done, and I will say like the cheese and the mushrooms is so good, and I, yeah, as I said, Mario got me into that, into the mushrooms. It gives you a lot of power ups. I remember when I was playing Mario when I was like, when I was a, like a teenager. I asked Mary Toodles to get me some mushrooms, to make something with, because I was admired it because that's what Mario ate and that was his power up. Oh, you're making Cincinnati chili this week. Very delicious, very delicious. Okay, all right. Okay, and this is the last one right here. Let's see. Okay, this is the pizza he made. This one, as I said, has lots of nice peppers on it. Completely perfectly, it looks like a painting. Perfectly architectured with the tomatoes and the heated cheese, the melted cheese. Yeah, that is also very delicious too. Said very well. The picture is very well taken and very talentedly done. All right, as I said, thank you again, Michael, for showing us these pictures. Chat really is mesmerized by them. Macaroni peppers. That those look so cool, so cool. Yeah, it's always great to grow your own food and put it on your dishes. I love doing that too. Yeah, those are some peppers I gotta grow also. Right. Yeah, that's a lot of pizzas. Yes, yes. And over in this area, we have some the Japanese pizza. Right here. It is called something else. Remember, it was. Oh, here we go. Great to see you, Delight. Okay, so yes, we will give you a slice of that pizza. That yes, yes, we will for the pizza party. Yeah, and this is the one from Japan. It's a little bit different than the other pizzas we're more used to. Just me, those were made at different nights. Usually, I make 3 dough balls at a time, so the pizza at 3 nights in a row. Oh, that is great. That is great. Now, there's a picture he sent me of the dough, which I'm going to show on the screen. Also, what is in those stuffed tomatoes? Yeah, Michael can answer that. That's what he. All right, so we're gonna show some picture of some dough. All right. Alien, we will have a request a pizza oven and supplies for the ship from Zero. Yes, absolutely. We will have to request that from him. That is true. And you will be our spaceship chef to take care of that. All right. So this is the dough from Michael. Anna asks, "What is in the stuffed tomatoes?" If chat wants to answer, because it was Michael's dish that he made. Let's see. Yeah, that's the stuffed dough, right there. Okay, and they can completely see it. And now the next part. This is inside the dough. This is inside the pizza when you slice it. Look how much space it has. It's so full of texture and graph text. As I said that, and I said the way the cheese and all looks, it all just formulates together just perfectly. And yeah, I like that very much. So yeah, that is the dough of the pizza. A Pisano pizza maker. Yeah, thank you, Anna. I mean, yes. Also, Anna, for mentioning that, and also Michael, thank you for that too. Okay, and let's see this. All right, and that is the Japanese pizza, and then this next one is the Greek. Yeah, the Greek pizza right here is very delicious right here. So I love the cheese they have. I love that the cheese is so good. So yeah, that is the Greek pizza. Just for everybody to know what that is. And it said just I love the. It's like a big salad, as I said. Okay. So that is what the pizza talk that we are mentioning earlier. The Chicago pizza pan. Yeah, Moki, D sauce earlier when he was here was asking me that, and I thought Kathy was saying that there's going to be trials next week. I don't really I didn't know what to tell him, so I said we'll find out, but there might be some. But yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, we'll be keeping and thank you, Moki. Keep me like updated and informed what's going on if you find anything. And chat also. Uh, Thanks, keep me posted. Yeah, because I didn't really know. I don't even know how to check that. Like if I like didn't even know how to check that. All right, Chicago. Pizza pan. Pizza pan. All right, these are Chicago pizza pans. They look very good. Look at that. Look how elegant that setup is. It just such classic right there. Okay, so yeah, that's very good. And I'll just show you all what this is. The Bassano pizza maker. Bassano pizza maker. Right there. I said that looks really cool. I like that. See, look how delicious that is. Very yummy. Oh, look at that. That's some cheese. Now, people that might be a little bit burned because that's somebody that may have burned it. But so that's some cheese, and it says, "Too bad New York doesn't allow cameras because Marcy correctional guys going to trial 3 that didn't take the plea deals. One other lawyers got his trial suspended from another 3 hold charges. A worse." Oh, thank you, Anna. Yeah, I wish that New York City and New York State had trials televised, and I wish federal trials were televised. Lloyd's pans are the best. Okay. I used to love eating Taco Bell's Mexican pizza back in the day when they were delicious. Not so much anymore. Kind of sad the quality went down. I like a Taco Bell. Moki and I were talking about Taco Bell at one time, I don't know, last week. But yeah, I like Taco Bell. Uh, I remember, some I want to say like if there's like a group of people like that want to eat the type of food. Like one time with the Burger King, get me and my friend something, but there's some other people with us that I wasn't like foreseeing that. So what I would suggest, like for people that were like hanging out that were gonna get this type of food, at the like Taco Bell, you get like a box, like a party box of tacos, and that would be the thing to get if you have like an unexpected group of people with you, because everybody could get like a taco. Now, of course, because I remember the friends that are chilling, and then there was these other people. I was like, I didn't know that from before that. Of course, I treated them. Of course, I didn't mind that, but I was thinking the taco box would have been even better to get. But still, Taco Bell is pretty cool to hang out. Friends and stuff like that. To especially the drink, like those drinks are really cool with the Mountain Dew drinks, and you have this other factor where the pizza. I don't know. I think I probably tried Taco Bell pizza many years ago. I suppose I don't really know, but I'm sure it was good back in the past. Maybe not as good now. Yeah, Michael. What was the? If you are able to let us know what what's in those stuffed tomatoes in one of the pictures, if you want to let us know. Scared. All right, these are Lloyd's pans. Right, and so these are the pans right here. And Michael said what was in the tomatoes was just stuffed tomatoes. Okay, thank you, buddy. Tony's Mexican pizzas. Okay, let's see what Tony's Mexican pizzas are. Yeah, I've had that. Yeah, I've had that before. Let's see Taco Bell pizza. All right, this is Taco Bell pizza. So that's the modern day Taco Bell pizza. Tony's Pizza. Tony's, please tell me where that's at. I'm in California. Frozen aisle 2 on Walmart. Oh, well. All right. And yeah, this is like a modern taco. All right, and Michael said that those pans that I was showing previously will run you $50 each. Wow, I'd say it's probably worth it. It's probably worth it. It's quite pricey, and definitely worth. Yeah, yeah, shout out to Taco Bell. They don't look like that anymore. Oh, they don't look like that anymore. Okay, that's unfortunate. I think I've had that. Yeah, Mountain Dew. All right, and so those some other point of view of it. Okay, and Taco Bell party box. Not even close. They don't look like that. That's advertising. All right, yeah. If I had most, I go to New York and get a hotel close to courthouse and get there at 4 a.m. and make sure I get in that court. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. There you go. That's a way to solve the issue. All right, this is the Taco Bell party box. If people that want to eat Taco Bell, and if you say you and your friend are gonna go somewhere, and somebody else is like taking you somewhere, and you're gonna be like, oh, we're gonna go get some Burger King. Instead, the thing to do is to get this instead, because there's more people along that you didn't know that were coming along. You'll have this with you, so you can give people. Although it's okay to get multiple Burger King orders, it's fine too. But you see, with this situation, you could give people multiple tacos and have like a party. So that's like something that could be done. You know, I'm serious here. Like so, that is if you're having like an unexpected group of people with you, that's what you get. Over in 20 years, yeah, I had Taco Bell maybe 2019 or 2018, but before that, it would have been about 20 something years with me too. But I've been at Taco Bell in like 2019, but before that, it was like in the early 2000s probably. Moki's question, Michael has a question for Moki: is your hubby retired or still working? Moki says I like crunchy tacos and bean burritos. And it depends on the people working at Taco Bell and how the food is. Yes, yes, that is true. That's true. Let's see about the New York pizza. Taco Bell last week. Ah, that's very cool. That's very cool. New York style pizza right here. Looks very cool. Very very delish. I've had pizza like this before. Yeah, I certainly will get the Taco Bell again. And I haven't had KFC since November of 2017. That's really cool you had it last week. Probably. Yeah. Oh, okay, Anna. Yes. 2 teens deleted an apparent subway surfing incident. Okay. All right, I have it right here. Okay, thank you. All right. Roberto. I sounded like I was buffering for a second. Okay, Roberto. Ah, that looks delicious. Very good. I almost fell flat in my face. Moki says my son is dressing as a pizza slice for Halloween. Classic. Okay. That's Roberto's. All right, and let's see the Chicago pizza. Roberto's Taco Shop. Okay, this is the Chicago style pizza. All right, and it says make my nachos and beef burrito grandes at home. Good Mexican rest is Aztec. Oh, that's so cool, Anna. That's so cool. Start out in San Diego. Okay, this is the Chicago pizza. Okay, and it's the Roberto's Taco Shop. All right, this is Roberto's Taco Shop. All right. Dylan as a Smurf. Ah, yeah. Oh, I have Smurf action figures, and I like the Smurfs. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so this is Roberto's Taco Shop, and then you have deep dish pizza. Yeah, deep dish pizza is a Chicago type. Yes, and okay. Let's see. Okay, so there's that. All right, the other one is let's see about how the New York pizza works. The New York style pizza is defined by a large, thin, and unfoldable crust designed for eating on the go. It also distinguish it is specific use of cheese, tangy tomato sauce, and its cooking method. While variations exist, these characteristics distinguish a classic New York slice from the popular styles like Neapolitan or Chicago deep dish. Foldable and chewy, the crust is hand tossed to be thin but strong enough to support toppings. Its chewy texture, slightly crispy, extra key flavors. It allows slice to be easily folded in half. The water. Many pizza enthusiasts claim the unique materials in your tap water affect gluten development and dough, resulting in distinct flavor and texture. Soft water, low calcium, magnesium allows the dough to stretcher and tighter. Yeah, I'm seeing that, buddy. It certainly makes it special with the water. Cooked and seasoned. Okay, Moki. Good night to you. See you tomorrow. Hopefully. Cooked and seasoned. Unlike the simpler uncooked sauce found on traditional Neapolitan pizza, New York style pizza is cooked and more heavily seasoned. Balanced flavor. The sauce is spread in a thin layer and has balance of sweetness, acidity, and herbal notes. Typically, ingredients like garlic, olive oil, and okay, yes. Shout out to Moki. Low moisture mozzarella. Instead of fresh mozzarella, which can make a pie soggy during long bake, New York pizza is shredded in moisture mozzarella. Okay. Oregano. Okay. So going back to the haunted places, the Penhurst Asylum Springs City, Pennsylvania, originally called the Eastern Pennsylvania State Institute for the Feeble-Minded and Epiclectic, this asylum gained notoriety for its horrific patient abuse and overcrowding. Paranormal lore. Closed in 1987, the asylum was known for its inhumane conditions and is now a popular haunted attraction. Visitors report hearing unexplained noises and sensing the presence of former patients. Pop culture ties. The asylum. All okay. Michael says only uses low moisture, whole mild mott's cheese. Oh, okay, Michael. Thank you for the information. Pop culture ties. The asylum's dark history and patient abuse was famously exposed by investigative report. In 1960s, the report's footage was reportedly used as inspiration for the asylum season in American Horror Story. All right, so that's one of them. And this is one that Moki and I have talked about before, is Waverly Hills Sanatorium, Louisville, Kentucky. This former tuberculosis hospital in Kentucky has a reputation as one of the most haunted places in the New World. Paranormal lore: tens of thousands of patients died here, and many bodies were discreetly transported through 500-foot underground tunnel called Body Chute. Noteworthy spirits. Ghostly reportings include the young boy named Timmy, who plays with a ball, a nurse in white who roams the halls, and a nurse who allegedly committed self-deletion suicide in room 502. Rolling Hills Asylums in East Bethany, New York. You know, New York State's a big state, and there is lots of different things, different places in it. So in the state itself, so this is like probably one of the more secluded areas. Okay. Rolling Hills Asylum. This facility has served as a poorhouse, infirmary, and orphanage and psychiatric facility. Paranormal lore. More than 1,700 deaths incurred at the site, with patients buried in marked graves on property. Noteworthy spirits. Visitors claim to have seen hulking shadow figures experiencing objects moving on their own and heard disembodied voices and footsteps. Gunjheim Psychiatric Hospital. This abandoned hospital is considered one of South Korea's most famous haunted places. Paranormal lore. The hospital closed in 1990s under the unclear circumstances. The closure combined with reports of alleged patient mistreatment and deletion deaths has led to numerous ghost stories. Noteworthy spirits. Visitors have claimed to have heard disembodied voices and experienced temperature drops. The visitors have claimed to hear disembodied voices and temperature drops and shadow figures in a sense of dread. So it certainly seems like there are phantoms. Let's see. Common misconceptions of mental asylums. Several common misconceptions exist about mental asylums, largely due to historical events, sensationalized media portrayals, and the conflation of different eras. The mental health care and reality of institutional psychiatric care is more complex, particularly when comparing historical facilities within modern hospitals. Myth: mental asylums and modern psychiatric hospitals are the same. Reality: the asylum as an institution flourished in the 19th and early 20th centuries and was designed for long term confinement, often with a goal of rehabilitation through moral treatment. However, overcrowding and underfunding led to this decline. Today, psychiatric hospitals provided short-term acute care are aimed to at crisis stabilization, with most patients staying for a week or two rather than indefinitely. All patients in asylums are violent and dangerous. Reality: while some historical patients were violent, many were not. Asylums house diverse range of individuals, including those with depression, epilepsy, learning disabilities, or even what was called social deviance. The portrayal of the patients as uncontrollably dangerous is stereotype perpetrated by the media. In reality, with the mental illness, are more likely to be the victims of violence than the perpetrators. That is, there is truth to that. That the people running the asylum are the crazy ones too, according to a certain point of view. All right, myth: patients were routinely restrained in straitjackets. Reality: though physical restraints were used, particularly in the latter overcrowded years of asylums, they were not constant feature. The original moral treatment philosophy actively opposed those restraints in favor of kind therapeutic methods. Modern psychiatric care only uses restraints in absolute last resort, with staff trained to de-escalate the techniques. All right, so another myth. Allegedly, patients were subject to brutal and invasive treatments against their will. Reality: while some brutal treatments like lobotomies occurred, well, there were not as common as media suggest. Furthermore, procedures like the electric therapy are not barbaric practice of the past. Oh, hello, Shell. Good evening to you. They are controlled by medical procedures performed under the general anesthesia with patient consent. For most of the asylum history, treatment involved a mix of talk therapy, occupation, and medication. Forcing treatments are rare. Modern psychiatric only happens in specific legal circumstances. We were talking about food earlier, and Michael made some cool pizza that I was showing chat, and we're looking over some this. We're looking at this right now. The kind of like a spooky topic, the mental asylums. Michael says there are a lot of people in LC chat that need ECT fast. Fact. Yeah, there you go. I'm scared. Myth: inpatient mental health care is a cure. Reality: today, inpatient care is a stepping stone for patients in crisis, designed to stabilize than before they return home. The goal is not to cure, but rather provide a safe environment for medication, adjustments, and therapy, and to stabilization, ongoing long term care, and community support are necessary for sustained recovery. Myth: seeking mental health care is a sign of weakness. The reality: overcoming stigma and mental health treatment require courage. Seeking help for mental conditions is fine to do. All right, so I'll show you the pizza. All right, so I'm gonna show the pizza again so Shell could see it. Going, yeah, pizza, pizza. All right, so going to take me out of here for a moment. And there we go. This is some pizza right here that Michael made. Is very good. As we're talking about different types of pizza earlier, and yeah, that's one that he did right there. And this is the pepperoni. This way. As I said, lots of pepperoni, which is very good. Because I feel that you can never put enough pepperoni on a pizza. All right. And it's on the pizza peel. Okay. And this right here. This is the cheese one. Reminds you like a volcano. Yes, yes, I'm glad you like it. Yeah. And this one is one of my favorites because it reminds you of Super Mario because it has the mushrooms on it. On the pizza peel. And it's a nice with the different melted cheese, everything just kind of, and the crust looks very cool. It all just kind of falls together. Okay, and then this over here is the dough. This is the dough right here. That is little pizza with your pepperoni. Right, right. And yeah, right here is the dough, and this other side is the crust right here. I said the crust very great. I like the different the texture of the crust that he did with it. Yeah. So I always appreciate the talents, and I do like showing the food and different things people have to show on the show. It's always nice to do. Shout out to Michael, very cool at what he. Thanks for showing that to us. All right. Yes, yes, cobweb looking. Yeah, so Michael says I didn't make a pizza with pepperoni on it. I made a pepperoni pizza. Yes, yes. Yeah, it does look like cobwebs. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, that is the structure, but it is cool to have the cobweb structure in the pizza, and I like it too. And since it's Halloween, Michael, it's Halloween season. I think it's a interesting way to describe it. Yeah, yeah. So with the dough, it looks like Halloween. It's like a Halloween theme to it, since it's a spooky stream. And I think that is a fine way to say it. But Shell thinks the food is very good. The pizza you made was very delicious. And thank you, Shell, for your commentary on it. And Michael, thank you for sending it to us where we're able to show it to the chat. All right. So we talked about some of the haunted, we're talking about some of the haunted asylums here, and the decline of the moral treatment approach in mental asylums was gradual, which we know. And Shell, we've seen a lot of streams where there are people who are crazies on the street, and crazies and the protests and stuff like that. So another thing that we do is showing the a lot of people belong in a mental asylum that we've seen in recent times. Yeah, so looking how they dealt with people in the past, it was the approach of mental asylums was a gradual and complex process that began in the mid 19th century and accelerated toward the turn of the 20th century. The idealistic goal of therapeutic care in a humane environment was undermined by the combination of social, economic, and scientific factors. Michael said, "What is strange is that all these mental facilities are back east, but not a lot out west. That should tell you something." Ah, yeah, yeah. I definitely could see what you're saying. Yeah. Perhaps the most direct cause of the moral treatments of the collapse was the rapid growth of the asylum population, which overwhelmed. Shell said they need to build more mental places today. They have cameras to help identify mistreatment. Yeah, yeah, good idea. Yeah. And we have more modern ways of dealing with people like that now, so it wouldn't be like how it was back then. So I think that more mental places, more to be built, would be probably beneficial. Yeah. The expansion efforts, the early reformers like Dorothea Dix successfully crusaded far more asylums, but this rapid expansion outpaced the state funding. Industrialization and immigration in the 19th century saw a massive influx of immigrants and shift from the rural urban life. This created new social pressures that filled public asylums with poor and marginalized individuals for exceeding their original patient and populations. Shift to hostile care. As facilities became overcrowded, underfunded, the individual care and recreational activities and the personal attention central to moral treatment became impossible. Asylums transformed into little more than custodial warehouses designed for contentment, not a cure. Rise of new theories and failed promises. In the late 19th century, introduced a new scientific theories that challenged the effectiveness and scientific skepticism, influenced eugenics, and let's see some more haunted. More haunted asylums. Right, Danvers State Hospital in Massachusetts. History: the Danvers State Lunatic Asylum. I like how they call it a lunatic asylum. It's funny. Opened in 1878 on the grounds where the Salem witch trials took place. Initially intended to offer compensate care, it became severely overcrowded and conditions deteriorated over time. Like, there's a lot of crazies out there right now, like in the West Coast and different parts, and yeah, it definitely needs to refurbish something where they have cameras and stuff to deal with some of these types of individuals that are causing some problems. But this could have been under different circumstances, or maybe they're the same as they were back then. Paranormal lore: the dark history combined with its dramatic and imposing Gothic architecture has made it the subject of many haunting stories. It has been cited as an inspiration for the Arkham Asylum and the Batman comic books. In 2012, most of the hospitals was demolished and complex facade remains. Athens Lunatic Asylum. History: the Kirkbride Plant Asylum opened in 1874 and was known for performing lobotomies and housing violent criminals. When it closed, the patient informed was kept confidential, adding to the hospital's mystique. Paranormal lore. Ghostly stories from asylums are particularly eerie. In 1978, a female patient disappeared and her body was discovered in the abandoned ward months later. The stain from her decomposing body is still reportedly visible on the floor. More than 1,900 people are buried in the hospital grounds with headstones marked by numbers. Beechworth Lunatic Asylum in Victoria, Australia. History. And Michael says the lunatic is on the grass. Lunatic is on the grass, remembering game sand, daisy chains, and laughs. Gotta keep the loonies on the path. I'll see you all on the dark side of the moon. Scared. History. The operation in 128 years. The institution was the final stop for many of the 9,000 patients who were deleted died on the grounds. Paranormal lore. Visitors and paranormal investigators reported disembodied screams and ghostly encounters. One tale involves a young girl who allegedly was thrown from a window to leash in death and was never solved. Sai Ying Pun Psychiatric Hospital. History. From 1947 to 1961, this was Hong Kong's only mental hospital. Before that, served as Japanese World II. Structure was rumored to have been a torture site. Paranormal lore. Abandoned 1970s, the hospital is rumored to be haunted by a crying woman, mysterious footsteps, and decapitated spirits wandering the halls at night. Taunton State Hospital, Massachusetts. History. Opened in 1854, the psychiatric hospital is known for housing the serial deleter killer Jane Opan, who murdered at least 31 people while working as a nurse. Paranormal lore. Stories abound that some doctors and nurses conducted satanic rituals in the basement using unwilling patients and a shadowy figure and crawlers in the basement. Okay. King Seat Psychiatric Hospital. History. Opened in 1932 and 1999. The King Seat was a several deaths amid claims of severe neglect and abuse. Notably, more nurses were deleted died than patients, with staff suicide, self-deletion being common. Jack Nicholson. All right, Shell says, when I was in high school, we watched a movie called One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. The class was literature through media class. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you for sharing. And yeah, thank you for the name. And that movie I have not seen yet. Oh yeah, that dude's in the Shining, I think. I think that's him. Maybe not him. I'm not too sure. But um, the yeah, I've not seen that movie yet. Okay. since its closure, more than 100 ghost sightings have been reported at King's Seat, leading to multiple paranormal investigations. Elio Psychiatric Hospital, Westland, Michigan. The history originated in a poorhouse, and Elios grew into a massive complex of over 500 buildings while the house mentally ill patients. Yeah, the original Shining, yeah. Poorhouse and sanitation and infirmary. Paranormal lore. Human remains have been found in jars and property, and ghost stories have long plagued its reputation. Today, it's used for haunted attractions and paranormal tours. So, yeah, The Shining was a very psychological movie. Uh, though about losing your mind and going insane, and it's like the place itself is a resemblance of himself, and going into more and more madness. And yeah, it's certainly a very crazy world to look into. And let's see the right at Beechworth, Betchworth. The former Beechworth Lunatic Asylum, also known as Mayday Hills, is considered one of Australia's most haunted locations, where nearly 9,000 deletion deaths occurred during its 128 years of operation. The paranormal activity reported there is often linked to the suffering and mistreatment of its former patients. Michael says, I think Jack Bagan's ghost hunters have investigated 6 of those places that we went over. Oh, really? That's cool. That's cool. Okay, common paranormal reports at Beechworth. Shadow figures. Many visitors and investigators report seeing dark, shadowy figures moving through the hallways and wings of the asylum. Some are believed to be the ghosts of former staff or doctors, while others are thought to be former patients who still wander the grounds. Disembodied voices and screams. Visitors frequently report hearing unexplained screams and disembodied cries and footsteps echoing through the empathy halls, particularly in the most infamous wards. Moving objects. Heavy doors are sometimes reported to swing open and slam shut on their own, and other objects are believed to be anonymously. Michael says, I used to live in Ghost Hunters, did a Halloween special live with special guest celebrity. Oh, that is really interesting. That had to be something cool to watch. Now, I went to a hotel that was haunted called Monteleon. It's a very good hotel, by the way. And it had the carousel, a bar. The only thing that I know of that happened was Mary Toodles went out the room, and I was in the room, and the that chain on the side of the door was moving back and forth like a clock, like a grandfather clock. That's the only thing that I saw. That was kind of strange. But besides that, I didn't see anything. So, did I read that part? Okay, I read that. Okay. Scared. All right, noteworthy spirits and specific hauntings. The ghost doctor, a male doctor, is said to wander the corridors at night, with some witnesses describing him as a stern figure in old-fashioned medical garb. Matron Sharp. The ghost of compensate Matron Marion Sharp is reported to sit with patients who are scheduled for electric shock treatment in Reveal Wing. Visitors say her presence brings comfort despite the cold, but her ghostly figure had been spotted in multiple areas. You don't believe in ghost shell? Okay. And Frog said, just hopping to pass Gasper. Oh, okay, Frog. Nice to see you, and hope you have a good evening. All right. Frog's one of the trial chat companions. All right. So I personally think, in my opinion, that there's dispute about from a if the ghosts are people from the past, or if they're fallen angels, or like demons, or if they're some other type of entity that is some sort of interdimensional entity, or people's imaginations. I don't know what the truth is. I do think there's something there. I don't know what it is exactly, but I don't know for certain. I just wouldn't completely rule it out. But I do think a lot of things are embellished stories, possibly. But I do believe there are sightings of paranormal activity, of course. All I'm saying is there also are hoaxes. Like there's a saying where if you go into a haunted house and you hear a noise, you're gonna think that it's a ghost. When somebody, yeah, howdy frog. Somebody else might think that it's just something fell over, or maybe somebody's downstairs that shouldn't be there. So it does, like when somebody, two people could see the same thing, shell, and interpret it depending on their belief. Like say somebody doesn't like coffee, and why coffee's unhealthy, they'll go look up things why to confirm their bias. So yeah, I do think like somebody might see a ghost sighting, but they might be not a ghost sighting. So I do think that, in my opinion, it is important to see things through a balanced lens. That something may not be paranormal when someone might think it's paranormal. So I can understand why you wouldn't believe in ghosts. Yeah, and especially if somebody's in some abandoned place and something falls over, they might think that something ghost is in there when somebody else might think, oh, it's just old and something fell over. Right. It's all about people's interpretation. Like say something bad happened to somebody. One part might say it was they got what they deserved, or some other person might think, oh, it was a terrible tragedy that happened. So it does. People will see things through different lenses, kind of like how people see two different rainbows at the same time. But the truth will set us free, whatever that is, and it's certainly interesting to debate and discuss what the truth might be. And all right, so the other part is the patient Tommy Kennedy. Patient Tommy Kennedy. Okay, a former kitchen hand who was Leah died in an asylum, and Tommy's ghost is reportedly felt poking ribs and pulling clothes in Bojo Theater. And Michael said, I used to not believe in them either, but I had two experiences that I cannot explain. Yeah, yeah. Because I do believe there is something paranormal out there, in my opinion. I don't quite know what it is exactly, but I believe, in my opinion, something is there. But as I said, there also could not be there, and it could just be some other situation. Oh, hello there, Tom. Good evening. Tom says, a few years ago, a lady married a ghost. She wound up divorcing him. Hilarious. Hilarious. And good to see you, buddy. All right. Now, my city is known for voodoo and ghost sightings and stuff like that. It's very known for it. And yeah, it has to do with a lot of spiritual stuff. And the voodoo, they combine Catholicism with the African religions. So it is quite. I don't practice that, of course, but that's just the city's kind of known for those kinds of things. I remember one time there was a something flew off the counter, off the shelf in my. One time, Mary Toodles, one of her shelves, something flew off of it, like wee. It's kind of like I wouldn't know how to explain that exactly, but maybe it was embellished a little bit and it just kind of fell over. But I remember one time something would just go wee. But it could have been like a slippery surface. For instance, Shell, there's sometimes if there's some sort of condensation under a object, it'll move like some ghost is moving it. There are logical explanations for some things, but as I said, I think there are things that are more difficult to explain than others. And oh, you got some, Michael? Okay. For fun, okay. Scared. And yeah, they certainly are interesting looking, but I certainly do not have any of those. I have the opposite. And shout out to Mary Toodles. All right. And the woman in the window. There are several variations of a ghost story about women who were pushed from a window by another patient, and where Leah died. Some visitors claimed to have seen her apparition under the window where they supposedly fell. A ghostly girl. In 2015, a photograph captured what some believe to be a spirit of a young girl kneeling on the floor in the Grevillea wing. Groundskeeper author. The ghost of groundkeepers described an old man in the gray jacket roam in the asylum. Alright, so factors contributing to the paranormal reputation. Tragic history with thousands of patients, death. History includes abuse and controversial treatments like electric shock therapy. Beechworth Asylum provides a fertile ground for ghost stories and beliefs. Historical buildings, the imposing, aging Victorian-era buildings, now particularly part of a university campus, create an eerie and atmospheric setting that naturally lead itself to ghost stories, paranormal tourism. The asylum reputation has amplified by ghost tours and paranormal investigations that bring visitors to search supernatural experiences. Alright. Okay. And that's that. Okay, last part of the show I'm going to play is some scenes from a trial that we saw before. You know, the trial news, we're not too certain what is going to happen next week. We're not really too certain. I'll let you all know when we find out, which will be during one of the streams. Alright, I'm going to show you all parts of this trial that we've seen before, like a couple years ago. And it's not the Depp trial, it's another one. It's the parts of Darrell Brooks trial. That's a wild one. Y'all that haven't seen it, that one's crazy. This man was out of his mind. Alright, so then after that, we'll be done for the night. But this will be the last part. And Shell has a question. Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. I see you have some questions I'll be glad to answer right now. And okay, Shell has a question for me. I'll get to you in a moment. Okay, Shell says, so what do you think of ghosts exactly? Someone that has passed away and they have retained all their memories, etc., or something else? Shell, I want to answer your question, what I think in my opinion. Because it has, and I still am open for different positions, because I do not always know what the truth is, because it could be disputable. But I'll tell you what my opinion is. So, yes, originally I believed that, although I'm a Christian, and I believe that there's heaven and hell, and when the Catholic religion, which I was also raised with, I was raised with both forms of Christianity, and there would be this purgatory place, which I don't really know now if that is really there or not. It did exist at one time. I don't know if it still existed after Jesus came, in my opinion. But it could still be there. I don't really know. And so I did believe originally that a deceased person could, for whatever reason, passed away and was not in either place, or was able to go from place to place. That's what I originally thought. And that still may be true. I don't know all the ins and outs of it. But what I have recently have thought of is that now somebody that was a relative of somebody can show themselves or show them a sign or something like that. But these other types of hauntings, especially if they cause people terror or hurt people or harass people, it is possible, in my religious opinion, that they might be demonic entities or something like that disguised as people trying to cause a frightening people. That is a theory that I've heard in recent times. Now, if it's something good or a sign from somebody's relative, that could be something, or maybe it could be something good. But if it's, especially if it's something nefarious or frightening people, like a girl sitting in a window scaring people, or if it's something falling over, or something like we're in a room and you see an object and it flies across the room with no logical explanation, it's possible that it could be something nefarious spirit. Now, this even deeper rabbit hole, which is even more confusing, is that there's these interdimensional hypothesis that the same thing where aliens are allegedly coming from, that there's some other realm where these other spirits or beings come through and see people in our realm and go back to where they came from. So that's even deeper in the rabbit hole that is really science fiction sounding. But yeah, so I do think it's possible they may be deceased people. Yes. And I do also consider the other fact that it could be a spirit that is nefarious, that is disguising itself as something else to harass humans. Now, another sidetrack thing is that there is something called the jinn or a genie from, this is like from like Middle Eastern mythology, where genies like in a bottle, like we kind of talked about yesterday. Those things could be good or bad, and they're known to kind of haunt places and caves. And in the Arab-speaking world, there's different alleged sightings of the jinn that have appeared, that people have taken videos of, that could be fake or not. So that's like in their world. And so yeah, to answer your question in layman's terms is yes, I believe that it's possible that there could be deceased people that could appear, but I do also think they could be nefarious spirits at the same time. If this is saying if the paranormal theory is true and there are ghosts appearing to people. Now, it's also possible, like a logical explanation or a more natural explanation, is that they're just a bunch of coincidental things that are happening that seem to appear. The people that believe in a ghost or paranormal mindset are seeing things, but they're not really there because it's based on their individual bias of what they think is there. Where somebody else might say, oh, that was not something in the window, it was just a shadow of the trees, or things like that. But as I said, I think from my experience of seeing things on YouTube, I know there's a lot of fake videos, there's a lot of things that are not true, but I do think there is some sort of spiritual realm of some kind, in my opinion. And the city that I'm in is known to have hauntings, and they did stuff with spiritual, like the voodoo people did things with spirits, and also the Catholic religion has had instances of these. From their interpretation, they've seen ghost sightings too. I've had some ancestors that have seen some things, allegedly. Right. So Michael says, Shell, about a month after my mom passed away, I was at my home looking through 1959 Better Homes and Gardens and cookbook, and no TV or radio was on, and I heard a voice say, Michael, my cat also reacted. Oh, speaking of cats, there is a time where I was in the back room, which is, I call it the back room, but the cat area where I go before I do live streams. We take care of cats. Sometimes at night I would go in there when it was winter time to turn off the heaters, and sometimes I would sit with them and like watch stuff and pet them. And this was not necessarily paranormal. This could have been animals in the attic, not the attic, but there's a crawl space in between the top of the place, the ceiling. There's like a crawl space, and I heard a genuine knock coming from the upper ceiling where it's very difficult for people to go to. And all the cats reacted and looked at it. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm either not alone, there's either an animal, a ghost, or a person. And I was like, ugh, yeek, yikes. That's what I said to myself. And I was there for a little bit, nothing else happened, then I went back home. But yeah, it was a little bit, and there's lots of rats and maybe, or raccoons, or possums that might be lurking around that it could have been. But I was like, yikes. And it was around 3 in the morning. So, and at nighttime, lizards or discretion advised people that might be frightened by some of these critters, but there are a lot of critters come out at night, and scavengers and things, or raccoons or rats or different lizards and things will come out. So, at nighttime, there could be, and according to a religious interpretation, is that, or a spiritual interpretation, that there could be nefarious things lurking around, especially people too. And I think the most frightening thing of all is humans. Humans are the most frightening thing to encounter, a bad person. But yes, the spirits also could roam around too. I've heard things before that I thought were a squirrel. Yes, it could have been a squirrel. But I didn't know what the knocking was. It could have been some critter. I wasn't really too sure. I was just like, yikes. And I've heard a disembodied voice before one time. That could have been my imagination, but it was like I was looking at a video that I took of like the backyard, and I heard something in there. I'm like, ooh, okay. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear it at the time that it was filmed, though. I didn't hear it. But yeah, I definitely, from the YouTube things I've seen, and stories that I've heard about, there is authenticness. And the reason why I believed in aliens in the first place was because it's possible that there is truth to some of these things, even if it may think it's not true. And then later on, it seems like there might be some extraterrestrials out there. So I always personally have to have an open mind. Like, I may not think something is true, but maybe it could be. Because you don't want to jinx yourself, and then you Casper's naughty cousin comes around and says hello. So. But as I said, I personally like to have that other perspective. Oh, Shell says, do you think dogs and other animals can be ghosts? Yes, I do believe that, as I said, if something is unpleasant or unsettling, it could be something pretending to be that. But if it's a good experience with a dog, I would say yes, absolutely. That I believe that, in my opinion, which one of my companions and I have had disputes about this, but yes, I believe animals have a spirit, and I do believe that they go to the afterlife in a positive place, and I do believe that they can appear as ghosts too, hypothetically, yes. And, judging on the different circumstances. So yes, I do believe that is true. And I think that it does depend on the context situation where, something, there's wolves in sheep's clothing, but yes, I do believe that pets or dogs and cats and stuff can appear as ghosts, and they do have a good afterlife. And they have a soul, right? Because, animals did not do the thing that the humans did, and they weren't under any kind of, judgment, and I do believe that they do go to heaven, in my opinion, from a religious point of view. And there is a priest that also believed the same thing. And also pastors, too, from the Protestant camp as well. So, yeah. Michael said, I had 2 things, and my second was, I believe my cat that died a few days ago prior to what happened. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Michael. Right. And I do believe that they have souls and they go with Lord. And that, yes. And let's see if this email of bro. Ah, nice. Nice. Okay. I like that. I like the voodoo doll. Yes. It looks cool, Michael. Looks funny. All right. Let's see. We have... the Darrell Brooks madness. Okay, let's go here. All right, this is that's the voodoo doll he was speaking of. Yeah, it looks like a funny one. Okay. He got from the city when he was here. It's I've gotten the Zulu coconut. That's something that I've gotten. Looks nice. Okay. All right. So now, in the Brooks situation, let's go here. Where is that link? I think I had it over here. Oh, anyway, we could just do it this way. Yeah, Shell. It was funny. All right, so Shell, you'll certainly get a kick out of this one. This guy's wild. Also, Shell, to give you some context about this guy, in a Christmas parade, he rolled over a bunch of people, and he's very angry, and he has a lot of hatred in him. And he's defending himself.
Just setting the tone for today that we're going to keep moving.
Okay, I simply stated I'm not ready to ask that witness questions if I can't even find the
I
your
understand,
paperwork.
but that's you not having your paperwork's on you, not anybody else.
So what am I supposed to ask him?
I can't answer that, sir. You know that.
That's a rush to judgment. You can't rush me to judgment when I'm notifying the court that I cannot find the record.
Well, you did very well yesterday
the
without
file
your
for
file,
that.
so
I'm saying
I don't
that
think that's
particular
the issue.
witness.
I'll make a record. Yesterday you asked a question, hold on a second. Can you have them step back out? Just they can, yesterday you said you did not have a file for one of the witnesses and you did a fine job from my perspective. So
I did what?
You did a fine job. I just want to say my assessment,
also
you did a good
provided
job.
me with one sheet for that particular witness at that time.
Okay.
So I just went off of that 3 paragraphs.
How you're prepared or not is solely on you, sir. You've had all of this information. Now we're at the end of the 3rd week of trial. These are your witnesses. I presume that you are prepared in whatever way that is.
How can I be prepared for? I'm not. So the witness is just supposed to get up there and just. I'm just
I'm
yeah.
not going to have this commentary. Okay, I'm done. The jury's coming out. Be prepared to call.
So
one of the
that's
three.
a rush to judgment.
That is not a rush to judgment.
It is a rush to
I'm
judgment.
done. The jury's
It's clearly
coming
a
in.
rush to judgment if I'm telling you that I don't have the
No,
file.
in
How
my
am I
opinion,
supposed?
you're attempting to delay. So
No,
let's
I'm not.
keep
I'm not
going.
attempting to delay nothing. You want to come check the boxes yourself? You always trying to pull some fast maneuvers.
Mr. Brooks,
And Miss Judge, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, the jury's coming in.
Yeah,
Show
and
respect to
they
the
deserve
jury.
to know this too. It's still issues that need to get addressed. We didn't even address everything.
Mr. Brooks, I addressed all of the issues.
No, I
You
still
know
had
that.
another one that didn't have nothing to do with nothing we just talked about.
All
There
right.
was a whole nother issue that needed to be addressed that I needed to
And we'll
bring on
address
the
it
record to
later.
your attention.
We'll address it later.
It needs to get addressed now before we go any further because it's an important matter. Just like the subject matter jurisdiction is important. That hasn't been proven on the record.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Just
this
like
is
the
not
rush to
the
judgment.
time for evidence to be presented or arguments to be made by the
I
parties.
can't
The
even
jury
present
will
any evidence. You won't let me even put
disregard
any evidence in the record.
all of these
Which
statements
is a
made
rush to
by
judgment.
Mr. Brooks
That's
at this
unfair.
time. All right.
That's unfair what
The
you're
court
doing.
will address legal matters outside the
Then we
presence.
need to
Everyone can
address
be
the legal
seated.
matter that I was trying to get to before
And
you
you
rush
may call your
everything
next
out.
witness, sir.
I'm not calling any witness until I get an answer, Your Honor. You're a public servant.
Mr. Brooks,
You're supposed to be able to answer simple questions.
Mr. Brooks,
if I'm saying I have to bring
call
it to
your
your
next
attention,
witness, please. That's the stage that
I have
we
to
are
bring
at.
it to your attention, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks,
I'm merely seeking
please
to bring
stop.
an issue to your attention.
I'm telling you to please, I'm asking you to please stop.
And I'm asking you,
because
can we
we have
address-
the jury present.
I'm asking
and
you-
we need to continue with the evidentiary phase of this trial. Call your next
I'm
witness.
asking you to address a legal matter, as you said, that those have to be taken up outside of the jury.
I will
There
do
was
that
a
at the
legal
next
matter-
break.
There was a legal matter that needed to be addressed beforehand,
I
so
will
we
do
don't
it.
have to take up time,
I will do
valuable
it at the
time
next break.
afterwards to address something that needs to be addressed now. That way,
Mr.
the
Brooks,
court and you
for the
yourself are
third
on
time,
notice.
I will address it at the next break. Call your next witness, please.
Are you asking me?
I'm directing you to call your next witness.
Your Honor, we're not going to move past this, seeing as how you took an oath to protect the Constitution. I have your oath. I have a copy of your oath right here. The oath that you took, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, I'd like to continue with testimony.
Sir.
We have witnesses waiting for you. Please call your next witness.
The oath that you swore to protect the Constitution, which you are now not doing.
Mr. Brooks,
So you're
call
going
your
against
next
your
witness,
sworn
please.
oath. You're going against your sworn oath.
Mr. Brooks, call your next witness.
As you notify the jury every time when there's legal matters, we take them outside of their presence.
And we're going
I
to take
didn't-
testimony right now. Call your next
I merely
witness.
seek to put you on notice on the record for something that needs to be brought to your attention
And
and
I
to the
will-
court's attention.
And I will address it at
That's
the
what
next
I'm
break.
merely seeking to do. It's something that shouldn't have to wait because it'll take up valuable time later. At least if I notify you right from the onset, you'll already know what we're looking at, and we can nip it in the bud before everything starts to roll. And
Mr.
then
Brooks,
it gets
I will
overlooked.
address it at the next break. If you want to write something down, that's fine, and give it to my clerk. I have nothing in writing. I know there's witnesses available and ready to go. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, Your Honor, you have to answer this question. You're
Mr.
making a
Brooks,
judicial determination.
Call
to
your
rush
next
me to
witness,
judgment.
please.
You're rushing me to judgment, Your Honor.
There's no rush to judgment
There
here,
is a rush
sir.
to judgment. If you won't address a legal issue that I informed you that I had some legal issues that needed to be addressed before you just run right past that, Your Honor. You're a public
Mr.
servant.
Brooks,
Are you not a
it is
public servant?
9:37. Call
It is
your...
8:37.
Sorry, 8:37, you're right. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, you're rushing me to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment. Call your next
We
witness,
had a
please.
legal matter that needed to be addressed, and I'm merely trying to
And I'm
notify the court.
Telling you
at
I'm
the
denying the
onset-
request to address it at this moment. Call your next witness.
You said what?
I'm denying your request to address it at this moment. Please
How
call.
how can you deny
please
something that we're supposed to do before
Mr.
the jury
Brooks.
even comes out?
call your witness.
I'm not seeking to be disruptive. I'm just seeking to understand why we do this
Everyone
every day.
is in the courtroom waiting for you. Please call your
Your
next
Honor,
witness.
we do this every single day. We've done it every single day. So I'm simply trying to make sure that the court is notified of
Put it
things
in
that need to
writing,
be
hand it to the
discussed.
bailiff, and if I deem it important enough to interrupt the witness, I will, but call your next witness.
How can I call a witness and write something down and do
You
do
can
both?
take a minute
This
to
is the
write
re-
down what it is.
This
I'm
is
not
the
asking
reason
you
why
to,
it needed to be addressed beforehand.
Mr. Brooks,
That way
the
it
jury
doesn't
is
become an
remaining in
issue.
this courtroom. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, you're rushing me to judgment.
There's no rush to judgment, sir.
Are you not a public servant, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks.
Do I not have your oath of office?
Under
3 of them?
90611, this court has the authority, as you know.
Do I not have,
Call.
is this not a copy, or I asked for certified copies that you said on record that you would not provide for no good reason, that these are three
Sir,
of your
you are
oaths
doing this,
right
and I've
here.
repeatedly told you, you can see the juries here.
You're
You're doing this.
Listen,
we
Your Honor,
need to go
I'm
forward.
I'm not attempting to delay the proceedings. I'm not attempting to be disruptive. I'm merely trying to notify Your Honor in the court for the record beforehand. That way, everyone's at least on notice of the issues that need to be taken up instead of waiting until a break or a lunch and things of that nature, which kills
In my
valuable
discretion,
time.
it's my authority. It's the courtroom that I'm
Your Honor,
presiding over. I'm not going to address
is
that
this-
at this moment.
is this not your
And
oath?
I'm not going to answer
Did you not
questions.
swear as a public servant that you will protect the
Mr.
United
Brooks,
States Constitution?
call
Did you not do
your
that?
witness.
3 times. I have all of them here. Your oath, Your Honor, as a public servant. And
Mr.
now you're
Brooks,
rushing me to judgment
there's no
when
rush
I'm
to
doing
judgment.
things lawfully by trying to notify you and notify the court of issues that need to be addressed
Mr. Brooks,
beforehand.
we are in
These
the
were issues-
evidentiary phase of this trial.
Your Honor, you're
Call
rushing
your
me to
next
judgment.
witness.
You're rushing me to judgment, Your Honor. And I object
I'm
to
aware
that.
of 3 witnesses
I
who are
object-
here.
I object
Call
to
one
that.
of them, please.
Your Honor, I object to that.
Your objection's noted.
And
for the
I
record.
want a legal reconsideration of your ruling. If not, I reject that ruling and take exception to that ruling.
I understand.
I request a legal or factual basis for your ruling, a written judicial finding of fact and conclusion of law for your ruling. And if not that, an interlocutory, declaratory appeal for this matter. And if not, these need to be stayed until this matter is before a adjudicated court of competent jurisdiction. Because we have not proven jurisdiction in this court as of yet. Subject matter jurisdiction has not even been proven on the record, Your Honor. I don't even know the true nature and cause of
Mr.
the charges
Brooks,
against me. I don't even understand that part
I
of it. I
understand
haven't
your
been
request.
provided a complaint. I haven't, Your Honor, there's so many issues.
Mr.
and
Brooks,
I'm not
we will
attempting-
take-
I'm not attempting to
Mr.
be
Brooks,
disrespectful in any way.
we
I'm
need
not
to
attempting
continue.
to delay the proceedings
Your
in any
requests
way.
are denied.
Your Honor, I
And I'm going to
respectfully
instruct the
object
jury
that.
at this point to
I
disregard
respectfully
and not
object to
consider
that, Your
any
Honor.
of what has just happened since you walked in. It should not be held against Mr. Brooks in any way. These are legal issues that this court may or may not need to address, but they do not bear in any way on ultimately the issues that you as jurors will have to decide. And I'm instructing you to disregard what you have just heard and seen.
Your Honor, with everything that I just said, be made part of the record.
It's on the record. I'm telling the jury that it shouldn't affect anything that they're doing in any way.
Your Honor, it's
With that,
it's a rush to judgment
Mr. Brooks,
because, Your Honor, I just showed your oath that you swore to took. You swore you
Mr.
did
Brooks,
this, Your Honor.
please call your next witness.
You took these oath of offices. You did, Your Honor, 3 of them.
I understand my
Which
oath,
is
sir,
very,
very
very
well.
commendable that that you decided to be a public servant in these type of matters, Your Honor. I respect it to the fullest, but also you have to uphold these oaths that
All
you
right,
took-
I'm going to have
took,
to
Your Honor.
excuse the jury since Mr. Brooks is
have
not
to-
calling his witness.
you
We'll
have to-
hopefully
you have
bring
to-
you back out shortly.
You have to
All right.
honor these oath of offices. You have to, as a public servant, Your Honor. I respect you being a public servant. And this is not to take a shot at you in any way, but these
Mr.
issues
Brooks,
that I have,
stop. Please
they
stop.
need to be addressed. They need
I'm
to
excusing the jury. Can you please stop?
be. Your Honor, this is a rush to judgment. This is a clear bias.
Mr. Brooks, you are to stop talking.
Are you asking me?
I'm advising you, or you will forfeit your right to be present in this
So you're holding
courtroom
me
for
in
the
contempt?
questioning of your first witness.
Because you're holding me in contempt.
I'm not holding you in contempt.
Then how can you remove me from the courtroom when I haven't given consent?
Mr. Brooks, I'm
can you
advising
do
you
that?
at this moment to call your next witness, or you will forfeit the right to call these witnesses.
You can't take my
Under
Sixth Amendment
906.11,
right.
you are
cannot-
refusing to
you
call
cannot-
a witness.
I didn't refuse anything, Your Honor, and you can't deny me my Sixth Amendment right, which is
Mr.
to
Brooks,
call
do you want to be
witnesses,
present in
which
this
is to subpoena
courtroom
witnesses.
while you question your first witness? Because it is now 8:44, and you have consistently talked in front of the jury who's no longer in this courtroom on issues that you have been advised and are fully aware are not relevant to their determination, despite what you
This-
believe the law
this didn't have anything
is.
to do with the jury,
Subject
Your Honor.
matter that is what you referenced in front of the
I
jury,
referenced
and then you
that
referenced
after I
my
had raised
oath.
the issues that I was
Subject
trying to
matter
raise.
jurisdiction, as you know, is not
As I don't
something the
know.
state has to be, the
It
state
has
must
to be
prove.
proven. It has to be. And
You
if
are
it doesn't,
frankly
show me
confusing
lawful law.
civil
Show me lawful
jurisdiction
law,
in
Your Honor.
federal cases with criminal court jurisdiction in the state of Wisconsin.
You don't have criminal.
That
you
has
don't
been
even
made
have,
abundantly
You don't
clear.
have subject matter jurisdiction or personal jurisdiction.
Mr. Brooks.
Or personnel jurisdiction. You don't. You haven't proven.
You have not,
haven't
I
proven
excuse
for
the
record.
jury. I'll give you the opportunity to raise whatever issue it was, but you need to do it now or we're moving forward.
That's what I want to do. That's what I was
So-
attempting to do.
And if you interrupt me one more time, you're gonna go do it from the other courtroom.
And
Because
so
you're
you're holding
being,
me in contempt?
all right. He can go to the other courtroom and we will address these issues because
holding me
you
in
are
contempt?
not being respectful, you are disruptive, you are interrupting. I will give you one more opportunity. Don't interrupt me again. Don't roll your eyes at me. Don't sigh at me. You have delayed these proceedings now by 15 minutes because of your nonstop commentary. I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna listen to you. What issue do you want to raise, sir?
So are you letting me make an offer of proof for my appeal?
No, because that's not what's relevant at this time, sir. If you don't need to make an offer of proof. Tell me what the issue is. You said
Okay.
you have a legal issue you want to raise before we get going. What is that issue?
Okay. The legal issue is this. Detective Casey yesterday testified for the second time under oath in reference to exhibits 13 and 14 that showed the backyard of my mother's home, which he stated that he had been to the home, had seen the backyard, all this stuff, when he did not, in fact, even speak with my mother. It was brought to my attention that my mother, in fact, never spoke to any law enforcement from Waukesha.
Would you like to add her to your witness list to call her?
Yes, I would.
All right, that's
Because
fine.
she's
That's
willing,
how we'll
she's
address
willing
that.
to come.
But that's not something we needed to address this
It needs
right
to be
away,
addressed
sir.
because of the issue of the subpoena. That's the reason why it needed to be addressed. That's the reason why I was trying to attempt to
It
bring
could
it
have
to
been
your
done on a
attention.
break. All right, so
Will I be?
you're
because I
putting,
have-
you're asking me to add Dawn Woods to the witness list for you.
Yes, but I also have a question about the subpoena
The subpoena for whom?
for my mother. But I would also like to subpoena the phone records so it can be made part of the record of the conversation, since the prosecution listens to all the phone calls. They should be able to have heard that phone call as well. So they should be on notice of what was said.
I don't know what phone call you're referring to. If
I'm
you're referring to a jail phone call,
I'm referring
then
to a jail phone call that was made last night, October 20th, between 7:54 p.m. and 8:10 p.m., which I'm sure the prosecution has heard by now. And that also brings up the issue of perjury testimony.
sir, the way that you will address the issues that you're talking about are to call witnesses to challenge that or to present the evidence in support of your position. If you're telling me you need to add Dawn Woods to the witness list, I approve of that. You can fill out a subpoena and I'll direct the state to serve that upon her, and at the appropriate time we'll have her brought, we'll indicate when in the order of folks she can be brought in. So I'll grant that request.
Will I be
In
able
terms of the jail records, you'll have to subpoena the appropriate custodian or a witness who can testify to that.
That's what I was trying to gain knowledge of. Because
Well, I can't give you advice on that,
I'm
sir.
not trying to ask for advice. I was, is that
That's
legal for
asking
me to
me
subpoena?
for, I can't direct how you do that. I can't tell you how to do that. You are acting as your own attorney and you will need to figure that out. So you have the subpoena forms. You can research the issues. You have access to legal research materials and other things. And that's how you'll have to address
I
that.
accept for value in return for value this document.
Was that a subpoena form?
It is.
Thank you. Is there any other witnesses you're asking to add to your, and you can also call Detective Casey if you want, just so you know.
So that make 3 times he's able to testify?
If you believe he has information that he hasn't testified to, I will give you permission to call him as well.
No, I don't think it'd be necessary. He know what he did.
Well, in any event,
And he know what he didn't do.
we're going to bring the jury back out, and then I expect you to call a witness.
And just so I'm clear, because I was trying to get to that issue, what witnesses are here? Because I don't have any paperwork for Kohler. I don't know. how to
Douglas
pronounce
Kohler,
it.
Stephen Guth, and Erica Patterson. Of those three, I expect you to call one of those witnesses.
I accept for value in return for value this document.
For the record, Judge, Attorney Witchow just handed to the defendant for his benefit the police report as it relates to the statement of Douglas Kohler.
Since he's claiming he does not have it.
Since I know that I don't have it. So let's make that record correct.
You don't have it with you in the courtroom, is what you're saying.
I can't find it anywhere.
You've had it previously.
Yes, I had it at one point.
All right. Are you ready to proceed forward, Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
All right, let's bring the jury out.
All right, so that, yeah, Shell. So that was one of the clips, which we're going to be showing many more clips over the next streams of this trial from the same year, the Depp trial. It was during November. So, yeah, and exactly, Shell. She's not his lawyer, and he asked her a bunch of questions throughout the trial, including that scene where it's like, he fired his, this is what he did, he fired his defense, and he defended himself, and now he has questions, and he digs his hole deeper and deeper. One time they were showing a vehicle, and he mentioned a vehicle in a rap video he did when they were showing it on the screen, and and then he opened a door so the prosecution could bring up something else, and he got angry at everybody. And so what kind of judge are you? But if he knew law stuff, he would know not to have done that, and his defense agreed to not mention the vehicle in the background. So he's just his own worst enemy. Recently, he was in a hearing, and he had his hand over his mouth, and he was inside of a room with a bunch of boxes in a Temu warehouse. He's certainly a spectacle. He made that of himself. And yeah, he had some political stuff on his social media. He ran through a crowd of people at a Christmas parade, and he seemed like he had lots of prejudice to him, and hatred. And then he also was on a list, on a predator list too, by the way. So yeah, he was a complete monster. And yes, and he was trying to do all kinds of things to justify that he didn't do these things, but it's certainly, you could see his character. Everyone could see his vile character to him. All right, so now this will be it for this stream, and I want to thank you all for being here and hanging out. I will tell you what he was sentenced to right now, because I remember what it was. It was like life in prison. The exact sentence, I'll tell you what it is right now. Yeah, they found him guilty of sin. And during his closing, he was talking about he believes in the Bible and Jesus. But that was just, goofy stuff, because no Christian acts like what he did. All right, Darrell Brooks, the man who drove the SUV through the Waukesha Christmas parade in 2021, was sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences in prison, without the possibility of parole. In addition to life sentences, he received more than 760 years of other charges. For other charges, 6 counts of sixth-degree intentional homicide, 61 counts of recklessly endangering safety, 6 counts of fatal hit and run, 2 counts of felony bail jumping, 1 count of misdemeanor battery. During the sentence, Judge Duro said that the community can only be safe if you are behind bars for the rest of your life. Brooks was removed from the courtroom multiple times during the trial for his disruptive, defiant behavior. And he seemed like he was threatening her sometimes. You know, she said she was very, very patient with him, and people sent her gifts and vacation tickets and stuff like that. People were sent her lots of letters for what she did, and even some wine, but she couldn't accept any of the gifts because of the job she does. But yeah, people said how patient she was, definitely. So that's what he was sentenced to. Six consecutive life sentences. I remember when it happened. When she was reading the jury instructions, she was reading a lot of information. Some people were getting impatient, but she had to read a lot of information so he doesn't have the grounds for a mistrial. That's why I have to read every single little detail. Oh yes, absolutely. Very patient. And very sweet, very kind. And as I said, he scared her a couple of times. And he feels like tough and masculine. But he's not. He has a small pee-wee pee-pee on him. Yeah. And one time he said it's not maritime law. But maritime law has to do with the ocean. It has nothing to do with what his situation was. He was like, it's not maritime law. But maritime law is something else. So that was a hilarious thing. So yeah, although we'll still watch depth scenes again, this trial we'll be reacting to more scenes of it over the course of different streams for y'all. And around next month is when he was in 22 is when it originally took place. Okay, show. Good night to you. Thank you for hanging out with us. I'm glad that you very good commentary tonight, as always. I had fun with you, and Miranda, thank you too. Everybody, stay safe. See you all on the next one, which likely will be tomorrow, and peace.